Take a 5 minute recess.
I'll make a motion to take 5 minute recess.
Okay, I guess I'll second it since I'm the only other person on the table. Yeah, let's do it. 5 minutes back at 5:37.
I'm hungry.
Okay, so in lounge is pizza of all sorts, and there's breadsticks and marinara sauce. If you guys would like some soda, I have a variety if you wanted any. Just let me know.
Join the meeting.
Yeah, and there's water over here.
Thank you.
I didn't hear Sherry was not here.
Oh, Liv.
Yeah, she's out of town.
They gave
I
like a
heard.
free one, out of the kindness of their
Not
heart.
allowed.
They give like a free like mushroom, like some sort of new mushroom with you.
That's nice.
No. Okay. No, what's this meeting about? This is the policy review committee meeting? Okay. I guess I'll sit through it. You might want to. A lot of information covered. There's the information available.
Relaxation was that.
You seem content over there, Lynn.
I seem content. Just getting ready for the next meeting.
So. I am sorry.
Maybe pointing curtains. I think we are.
I think we're recording, yeah. Is it recording still?
It's
No, I know.
it's online. That's they can watch you.
Ian Pilak.
Join the meeting.
Oops, excuse me. I'll take it back. So Tammy, how'd the first day of your new job go?
Well, I didn't do much of anything, Carl.
That's usually how it does go.
What is your new job?
I'm a fraud investigator for the state. For unemployment insurance.
What were you doing before? You were doing something else with the state from before, right?
I was doing tax
Tax,
collections.
yes.
I'm sure it will be fine. I did it before. I did the job for 9 months prior to moving to collection.
Fraud?
Yeah. Yeah, during COVID. So there was quite a workload then. So
Join the meeting.
they expect me to be on my own in a week, they said. I said, okay.
Have they mentioned that guy I told you about?
But he might work in a different fraud department because he could work for BOLA. And that's like the legal affairs that do really intense fraud investigation, you know, things like tax evasion and stuff like that. That's not anything we deal with in UI, it's just unemployment benefit claims that we investigate. How was your day? Lots of taxes? No, you took a day off today, Carl?
I went to exercise,
Oh, nice. What'd you do?
clean up my yard
Oh, okay. Getting ready for your garden to come in?
slowly. Wife's gonna come home first. She does most of the work.
Okay. Well, she needs a little vacay before the gardening starts. That's our job in the summer.
That ain't that.
So we're at 6 minutes. All right, yeah, we're at 6 minutes, so I'm gonna call it back to order. Yeah, so. Policy Review Committee. May 5th, 2025. First item on the agenda is the board vacancy voting process. Which we have, oh, my computer's short now. Come on, buddy. You love to.
My computer just stopped for a minute. Okay.
Yeah, mine's doing the same thing.
So if you want me to just kick this off.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead. Lead us
So
in.
letter A, and hopefully, hopefully our board docs kicks it open, but there's a process that we used last time that the policy committee reviewed, took to the board. The board actually voted on the process before we went into, okay, there, finally came. Before it went into place. I suggest we do the same tonight, which is to review the process, explain the process at the board meeting, and then go through the same process as it was explained. I believe our attorney shared last time we did this is to go through the process, have the process voted on at the board meeting, and then go through the process of appointment. We do have an appointment coming up here at the May, was it 19th? Is that the right date? Meeting. And we have already, I think it's 5 candidates. They closed on Wednesday. They have their materials in for us to take a look at and review. But this process is one that was discussed and utilized last time.
Join the meeting.
Our policy gives you a pretty broad way that you want to do it, but really what our attorney said is to make sure that we have a discussion about what it's going to be and then have it voted on and then implement.
Certainly. So question right off the bat, this policy kind of revolves around the date of the resignation. So I think a helpful first point is, can you give us the exact date of the resignation?
April 2nd.
Thank you.
April 2nd. Okay, gotcha. So that would put the 60-day vacancy, because we've already put out the appointment notice. We've already had people apply, but that would put the 60-day notice at, oh geez, I can't because it's 31 and 30. Um. It would go to June 1st, I think.
June
This
first
might
is
be
the
June.
latest you could, I think, act according to the policy, right?
Well, so, and here's what I'm reading here. And again, I might be, we're going to have a discussion about it certainly because it's a pretty detailed policy. So it says if a vacancy has not been filled by an appointment made within 60 days of the date on which the vacancy first existed, the board will attempt to fill the vacancy using the following procedure. If a duly elected successor at a spring election will take office, that doesn't apply. We can skip past A because there is no spring election within 60 days. Then down in item B, it says if the vacancy is not filled by that duly elected officer or duly elected successor, then at a regular board meeting held no later than 45 days after the end of the initial 60-day period of the vacancy, that would put us, if I'm not mistaken, actually at June's meeting.
You could go to June.
Is specifically for the hat draw scenario that we had happen last time. And I know that I received an enormous amount of feedback from people across the board saying, we really don't like the fact that you can leave a board appointment up to a random hat draw. It really felt to a lot of people like it eroded trust in the board. And I think I would like to see us try to avoid having a situation like that happen, because I don't think that would be great. So I think that at the very least at this upcoming May meeting, I don't think we need to go to a hat poll, even if we hit a deadlock. I would say that if we hit a deadlock, we should keep at it for a specific period of time and then maybe reconvene at the next board meeting with the intent to rethink our options and then go forward with the kind of procedure at that June board meeting. So I don't know. Tammy, what are your thoughts?
I don't like the hat draw.
Yeah,
I do think that maybe if there was a deadlock scenario, allowing some sort of conversation, whether it's board members that need to ask clarifying questions to the appointees to figure out how to move in one direction, I would be for that, but I think the last thing we should do is do a hat draw.
I mean, I would almost move in the direction of saying, hey, can we, for a first read at today's meeting, I don't know if it works this way, I'm not trying to overstep boundaries, can we strike and send to the board for a first read this policy concerning the hat draw, and then have the board kick it back to policy?
This isn't a drafting of policy.
Yeah.
That we're talking about. We're talking about how to implement the policy.
Sure.
And really, it's your job as the policy committee to share, this is how we suggest you implement it. They hear that and then they vote yes or no, we're implementing it that way.
Gotcha.
So what I would say is implement it how you want,
Okay.
right? As a committee, just say, this is what we discussed at committee. This is how we think we should implement it this time. And bring it up at the board level. They get to vote on it, right?
Okay.
And if they vote, no, we don't like that suggestion, then realize you are on a timeline.
Mm-hmm.
And you may have to think about what that timeline looks like as to have another meeting, and or whether or not you're going to waive the timeline because you as a board can waive policy if you need to. I don't suggest waiving policy because that's why you put it there in the first place.
Yeah.
But just realize that if you don't come up with something that you think is going to pass muster with the whole board, be mindful that it's going to put you on a different timeline. But usually what you come up with, the board says, yes, let's try that. And let's put it in place and let's go.
Okay.
So those are your options here.
Okay.
I think.
Do you have any alternatives to suggest for a deadlock, Sam? Because I'm not sure how.
I mean, when I've looked at other examples in other areas, I have seen that a deadlock means that there needs to either be more discussion or that people are going to need to work through in their mind. And I think people would like to see a majority of the board agree on an appointment because that's closer to a representation of what the general public wants. The main concern that I heard from people is that So if a majority of the board wants a certain person as the appointment, that does represent a majority of people that were elected by a plurality, I suppose, of people in the a plurality of people in the district. When you have the hat pull, what ends up happening is you could have someone get pulled out of the hat that only represents what a quarter of, or maybe even less, depending on what your composition is there, a quarter of the existing board wants to see. And you can actually have someone wind up on the board who's very much not representative of the will of the public, and that tends to make people not very happy. So my recommendation would be that if we hit a deadlock and we have that, I don't know if we can have discussion, if that's the way that it works. That's a little
Out to the 45-day timeline.
Yeah.
But basically the law says you need to make a decision.
Yeah.
Right, within that 45 days.
Mhm.
So, I mean, that's the reason it shows up in our policies, because the law says you can't just sit and not have it filled.
Yeah.
Right, and so at some point in time, if there still remains a deadline up until the 45th day, you have to come up with a method. And you're right, a hat pull, a coin flip, those are not great. And our public certainly doesn't want to ever see those things,
Mhm.
right? I brought that up last time we had discussion around this. But sometimes it just is a deadlock because you're dealing with 8 people, right? And if the board is that split on either communication or ideology or whatever else that leads us to a 50-50, then that's a concern.
Yeah, I would say this is my thought. Because we're not at the 45-day deadline, let's have the meeting, let's have the vote. Even if it goes to a deadlock, let's keep on going on it until we can have a board member motion to proceed on to the next item on the agenda. I would say that we go about it that way. And then we can either have a special meeting sooner than the June meeting if we decide to as a board.
Can I make a
Yeah,
suggestion?
go ahead.
I would say have a certain number of rounds.
Mhm.
Don't leave it up to a board member to shut down the conversation. Have a procedure of how many rounds. If you're still deadlocked after 6 rounds, 12 rounds, 21 rounds, whatever it is,
Mhm.
it becomes a procedural reason that you're ending the discussion, and it doesn't put it on any one person's shoulders to end that discussion, right? Because it's always better to have it be a procedural reason than to have people in the community, for or against, start getting on one member of the board because they're the ones who made a motion away from it. Okay, and I'm just saying that that's not Jared speaking, that's our attorney saying, this is what you should do. And that's the guidance we got last time.
Can we go into closed session for a discussion and then come back and make the final decision? No.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on how you arrange the agenda though, right? You could have 2 separate opportunities for the vote on the agenda.
Yeah, but
I mean, you could do all sorts of
that meeting, I mean, that's a topic
That's not a closed session topic.
right.
Yeah.
That's an open meeting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think having a discussion, if it comes to that, not that I know particularly what way it's going to go one way or the other, but if it did come to that, I do think that having that discussion would probably be healthy. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I hear what you're saying about the procedural reason, but again, I think that what I heard from a lot of people was they felt like the hat pull took accountability away from board members, and people were able to say like, oh, well, I mean, I'm not responsible. And people don't like seeing that sort of behavior. And my concern would be that if a procedural issue, yeah, go ahead, Craig.
The reason that, what Jared is talking about makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Is because, if you can imagine a board member move on to the next agenda topic, and another board member seconding it, and then it becomes another split vote, 4-4 potentially. What's going to be the tiebreak in that situation?
I suppose. Yeah, that makes sense.
You are gonna be on a certain timeline that will force a decision. You just wanna talk about what does that forced decision look like, should it get there?
Sure.
Only because the law, in this instance, the law says you have to make a decision by
Mhm.
this time, right? And so you can see an opportunity to
Yeah.
work its way to a forced decision, one that maybe nobody's happy with, but it's just the decision that was made.
Mhm.
I
Yeah, go ahead.
make a
By all means.
suggestion. Do we anticipate this is a likely scenario coming up for the next board meeting?
I don't know one way or the other. I guess I'd prefer not to make inferences about that just because, I mean, just for the sake of fairness and neutrality. It's not that I especially do, it's just that I know this was something that was a very, very strong topic of discussion after the last appointment. And so I suppose I'd rather see it get addressed and kind of talked out. But yeah, if we have to make a decision on the appointment, I suppose what I would say is that can come back to policy if need be in June before the June board meeting, which would be the 45-day cutoff.
In your procedures, make sure that you say, if we come to a deadlock after X amount of times or whatever else,
Mhm.
that the procedure will then be to have this go to policy to determine a deadlock procedure
Sure.
and then come to XYZ meeting, right? So that there's a final decision made at that time.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
make sure that's part of your procedure so that, because the other thing is for those people who are sitting out there wondering what's going to happen and their name's in the hat,
Mhm.
they want to know, right?
Yeah,
They
definitely.
want to know all the rules of the game before they enter.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so if we were to enter a deadlock in the May meeting, 10 rounds of the deadlock, then it gets kicked back to policy for a discussion about the method by which that tiebreaker will happen. But the same process will occur at the meeting in June so that we have the opportunity, if people so wish, to to ultimately change their vote. I think that would be the best. What do you think, Tammy?
Okay, so I'm on, tell me,
I know it's a little, it's a little circuitous. Yeah.
we're gonna take the policy as is outside of the hat poll and say if it does get to a hat poll in May, the appointees don't get any decision made. It's going back to committee and they get to wait till June to find out.
Then there's another vote in June. Yeah, because June would be with.
Interview process.
No,
Or
no,
will
I
there
don't think.
be enough?
I don't think they would use
Making-
the interviews.
And if you're leaving it up to the committee to decide, I don't know what they might decide.
Okay.
As the next round. The suggestion that I would make is that you don't open it up to other participants that haven't been already named yet. You're just
No,
causing
certainly
a-
not.
You're causing a large problem there. So, leaving it open to those who are there. One of the thoughts that we had or questions that we had last time about identifying who goes in the hat was, is it just the top two, or is it like we make take all of the committee members who are not the committee, all of the people who signed up and put, say we have to have a nominating process again or whatever else it was. So there are a lot of things that tonight we should discuss to put together ground rules that are pretty significant for our May meeting,
Mhm.
right? That outline all those steps up to, but not including what happens if we're at a deadlock, right? Because your suggestion is that a deadlock will then go to a June policy meeting, which will then be discussed,
Yeah.
right, forward with the board.
Yeah, I suppose there's not a whole lot that goes along with that. I just think that, people really dislike seeing what they get the sense of as being people avoiding responsibility. That's the phrase that I heard repeated over and over again, avoiding responsibility. And yeah, go ahead.
Sam, has anybody discussed this with our attorney?
Yes, we did it in
Yeah.
great detail. As a matter of fact, our attorney last time
Mhm.
sat with the committee
Mhm.
and talked us through some ideas, right?
Mhm.
What was his
Well,
final
I don't know.
Analysis.
I don't think it was with the committee. It was with you and I and the board president, right? Chair of the committee, the
Yes.
board president and I sat with the attorney.
Up in this final analysis. That we would have this similar discussion at the committee level. And then the committee as a whole. Well, the committee made the recommendation to move forward with the process that we utilized,
Mhm.
you know, for these.
So the main takeaways was this from the attorney, which is create a process prior to the meeting through the committee. Right? Things you have to think about are how nominations are made, right? The way you're gonna go through the voting process, is it gonna be by written ballot or show of hands or however it is, right? And also decide whether or not you want people to put the names on the ballot or not the names on the ballot, you know, those kinds of things. And then lastly, have a very defined way for if you become a deadlock, how does the deadlock get resolved? So those were the main points of interest that we got from the attorney. Because the attorney said the way you wrote your policy is pretty open.
Mhm.
You know, there's only certain things that you have to abide by, and most of them are in the law.
The statute does prevail.
It does prevail.
At the end of the
Like-
day,
like
someone will need to
you-
be placed within.
If you guys can't come up with a way to break a deadlock, you are held in the meeting until you break the deadlock by law. I don't care if that takes
I
20
think
days.
that's a good idea.
I mean, well, that's the
You,
law.
you like just sticking out the deadlock until we figure it out?
You bet.
I'm with you actually, Carl. That's how I feel at the end of the day. I'm okay with having I'm not joking when I say this.
It takes a couple days. You gotta sit here, somebody will break.
I think there's more honor in that personally, but you know.
14.
Well, I'm just saying that's what the law says you have to do, Carl.
And there's nothing wrong with the law.
No.
I mean, is there any other, further, merit to what Tammy was alluding to in that case where, after so many rounds of a deadlock, it triggers a further discussion about the candidates in open session,
Mhm.
Among board members.
Mhm.
Well, I personally feel that why wouldn't we encourage discussion between each deadlock? And I'm not saying 20-30 minute conversation, but if there's something that you feel a candidate should add that could sway somebody, why wouldn't we encourage that instead of doing 4 votes, boom, 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 boom? Where is there any
I mean,
more information added to the decision for them to move their vote in either direction outside of, well, we're in a deadlock, I better
right,
concede?
does that also entail, coming back to the candidates and asking another round of questions? Or,
It's an interview process, I would say, yeah,
okay,
right? We're interviewing them. It should be open. If we can't vote, then we should be able to go back to the candidates and ask whatever clarifying questions we might need to sway in the direction of the two, I'm assuming in this scenario, the 2 people, right?
Yeah.
Usually it comes down to 2 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like that quite a bit. I just, I think as long as we're before that 45-day deadline, I would say, man, have a special meeting on the 45-day deadline and you do a coin flip or a hat pull then, you know, don't do it any sooner. But as long as we're there, you know, I think having the deadlock, like Carl said, and just playing it out makes the most sense to me. Maybe after 10 rounds of a deadlock, we procedurally move forward with the agenda for the night. And we set up a special meeting where that is the only item of the special meeting. And we have that vote before the 45-day deadline and we stay there. That's where I would go with that. I just, you know, I heard very, very strong feedback and I'd like to honor that feedback I was getting from people. Although I do understand the statutes and the need to fill by a certain date.
so this particular board vacancy is a bylaw.
Yeah.
So procedurally, if we want to suspend the rules of our existing bylaws at the next board meeting, that would be a 2/3.
Okay. Gotcha.
If we wanna do that, you can. Just have something else in case that 2/3 doesn't happen.
Sure, makes sense. Well, again, I mean, I don't know exactly what's being suspended though, because at our meeting on May 19th, we're still not gonna be at that 45-day mark. So we don't, nothing in the policy says that we have to do a hat poll at that point.
But. As far, no, our policy, wasn't our policy direct us? For how we handle a deadlock situation?
It does explain how you handle a deadlock situation, but that's only at the 105th day after the initial vacancy date. And that was something that we discussed previously that I was a little, I had a few questions on, but previously, but it didn't become entirely clear.
But it is on the 105th day, that's what will happen. Okay. So I guess then,
I kind of feel like our goal should be to have somebody appointed at the meeting that they're there to interview for. That should be our goal.
Yeah, I would say that our meeting is probably going to be the 23rd of June, if I've got that set out correctly. The regular board meeting would be the 23rd of June. And even that would only be 29 days from the end of the 60-day period. So you really would have.
so then is it the recommendation of the committee then to direct a deadlock situation after 10 rounds of voting
Mhm,
at the next regular board meeting
mhm.
where the interviews take place to move on procedurally to the next agenda topic, and with the understanding that within the next 45 days, a meeting of the board will occur to handle the deadlock situation.
Within 45 days of June 1st.
Okay, of June 1st.
Yeah, June 1st is the 60-day cutoff because it was April 2nd
Okay,
to May 2nd to June 1st. Yeah.
okay. But is that the recommendation of the committee? Because I heard a lot.
We're going back to the initial recommendation, right?
No, the recommendation would be to go 10 rounds.
Yep.
And then if 10 rounds passes procedurally, we're going to move on with the rest of the agenda, and another meeting, either the regular board meeting or a separate meeting, will be set to finalize that vote within 45 days.
Okay, so
Which
it's
is
not
July 15th.
like where
Yeah,
the
by
only
July
thing we'd be
15th.
addressing is having the board move from the deadlock situation.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mhm.
yep, I'm good with that.
All right.
If you need me to clarify.
I was gonna say,
Yep, so we're gonna
Clarify
have to
that.
rewrite the process
yes.
then
so we read
for
process.
the meeting.
Can we go through that document that had the voting process prior? So
And I have it here that I can be
if everybody
typing it.
wants to open up that voting process document, if you have a computer in front of you, or it's on the board up there. Just want to make sure that as we're talking through this, we know what we're looking at, because I don't think the first part is something you're veering from.
No.
Like the first bullet would be each candidate will be given the opportunity to address the board, explaining interest and qualifications. Giving the number of candidates, this will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Anybody have a disagreement with that? So that will be part of the process?
Mhm.
And the
right?
candidate order will be drawn like we did the last time.
Right, and
Mhm.
we'll draw the candidate order like we did last time. Okay, the board will have the opportunity to ask candidates questions after each candidate makes their remarks to the board. Everybody agree with that?
Yep.
Then, at the conclusion of candidates' remarks and board questions, board members will vote by signed written ballot for their preferred candidate. Is that how we want to proceed? Signed written ballot?
Yeah, I think that one makes the most sense. I think it's the least confusing.
Okay. And then it says, after that, no candidates are eliminated until one receives a majority vote. If a candidate, and then there's the examples there. A candidate receives support from a majority of the board members present. The board will then vote on a resolution appointing the candidate to the vacancy. Or B, there's a 4-4 tie among candidates. Is that clear?
Yeah.
We want to stay with that, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, in the event of a 4-4 tie is where we start changing,
Mhm.
right? So Sam, will you share, like, in the event of a 4-4 tie, what you guys decided?
Yeah, in the event of a 4-4 tie, voting deadlock voting will begin between only those two candidates, which the deadlock has arrived at. The deadlock vote will last 10 rounds of signed written ballots. At the end of 10 rounds, if no change has been made, the board will move on to the other agenda items. And the vote for the appointment will be moved to another meeting of the board no later than July 15th.
Okay, so what I see here in that next bullet, in the event of a 4-4 tie, the only thing that we're changing in that bullet really is 10 rounds.
No,
No?
well, here's what I see logistically. We have to get to a point where there's a deadlock that's declared first.
Right, the president will, it says in that same bullet sentence, or that same bullet, right? President will declare a deadlock. You probably should put that first, right? Not after the 5th round. Or, well, actually after the 10th
Well, it would
round.
be after, right?
Yeah,
It'd be after the
Yeah,
10th.
we didn't really vote the way that we didn't really vote last time, the way that this is written.
Right.
And I'm thinking more so in terms of the way that we voted last time, because I think that as long as you have not reached a point of deadlock, you should not move on to a deadlock. That doesn't
Sure.
seem to make sense.
Yep.
If you get 3 for one and 2 for another and three for another, you don't, if you do that for 5 rounds, you don't move on to a deadlock. That doesn't
Okay.
make sense to me.
Makes sense.
Yeah, sorry.
After the 10th round, president will declare it. Got it.
Yeah.
We actually did that at the meeting. There was some people who got some votes, and then like it moved to more votes. We ended up with 2 candidates
Yeah.
that were 4-4.
And that happened organically.
Right, that happened organic.
Yeah.
And so that's basically what this says, is we'll do that. And then we will go to a 10 round, basically. Do we want to make sure that we incorporate in that 10 round a pause for further discussion on the candidates after each round?
I think after every 2 rounds, only because you have 10 rounds there, that's a fair amount of rounds. I think after 2 rounds, if there's no change of mind considering what's happening, then we can go for another round of questions to the candidates.
Is that good, everybody? Or,
Makes sense to me.
okay. Do you think you have it clear enough?
Not yet, but
Okay,
we'll get there. So in the event, so here's what I'm gonna kind of read back what I'm understanding. I'm trying to keep up with this. In the event of a 4-4 tie, deadlock voting will begin with 2 candidates. The deadlock will last 10 rounds. If after 10 rounds of the deadlock, we will move on procedurally to the next agenda topic with the understanding that now this isn't right.
well, why don't we do this? Why don't we wordsmith
Yeah.
it with Sam.
Okay,
I'm taking notes
But
right
I,
now. So
I
can send
think
you some-
I think we're all on the same page as to what we want. And then basically saying that if it doesn't transpire, right, if we end up in a deadlock, then the committee will decide how to deal with the deadlock, but we will have a confirmation within, a meeting prior to July 15th.
Yeah.
Is how we'll have to
Yeah.
say something like that.
We will have a full board meeting prior to July 15th where the outcome will be decided.
I think I'm pretty clear on what you guys
Yep.
are looking for. I think we can wordsmith it and get it ready for
This
the
is gonna be
board.
a standing policy, Jamie. I'm just
This is
wondering.
just the way
No,
we're
it's,
conducting
it's
ourselves this
actually
time.
not a standing policy
Okay.
because the policy was written in a way that was so kind of vague. It really
Okay.
leaves it up to the board at the time that's seated to
Okay.
determine what they want to do.
Oh,
Yeah. And if if the timing had been a little bit different on this, we might have had further discussion about what this looks like. Maybe we could have had a fuller discussion about the policy itself, but we're just kind of trying to figure it out.
Right.
I thought the first time we read it that it was both complicated and vague, and that wasn't really helpful to making those decisions.
Yes.
I'm only asking because should we put a numeric date on there and not like numeric number, like within 105 days or within 45 days of whatever, and not make it a specific
Oh,
calendar?
because it's only specifically for this, we can say no later than July 15th.
Right. Yeah. Because just this situation.
Mhm.
And if Mr. Yacht would have gone 2 days earlier, it would have been a whole different. We wouldn't be having this discussion. It would be policy would have gone with the vote or whatever it was in there.
Mhm. Yeah, it would have been the next person on the ballot, I believe.
Right.
Yeah.
And so,
I mean, that's that. So, okay, yeah, that clears that up for now. Any further questions, Dan? Any further questions, Dan, Craig, Carl? Thanks for hanging in. All right, on to the next one. Next item is agenda or policy 2240, controversial issues in the classroom. Craig, if I remember correctly, you brought this up previously, and you and Jared, did you guys ever have meetings to discuss this policy?
No, this one particular item was postponed,
Gotcha.
or a number of different reasons, but it's important that I felt that it was important that the board had that discussion at some point, because especially before the next school year, so proper information can be communicated out.
Sure.
And the feedback I've received from other board members so far has been that this is a particular priority and concern me.
Yes, definitely. All right, so these changes are just kind of the standard changes. I know that was Diana sent a few
there were
questions.
no changes in it. There is the controversial issues in the classroom. What you're seeing there is basically Neola's policy. And then you see the two model policies there, I believe, are from Will. And what we want to do is we want to talk about what do we think is important, starting with the Neola policy to say, how do we want to handle these kinds of issues moving forward? And then incorporate whatever other thoughts from whatever other resources we want to do, including your own real good brains. So
Yeah.
How do you want to work through this policy is my question, because there is not a working copy that came from administration up.
Definitely. All right, that sounds good. So initial thoughts are, I do like the idea of the definitions that they have here for political or controversial statement, referring to any symbol or physical representation that meets one or more of these criteria. Subject of intense public argument, disagreement, or disapproval, includes political messages, displays of partisan affiliation or advocacy for specific political candidates or parties, pertains to contentious ideologies, beliefs, social issues, incites controversy, debates, or divisiveness within the school community. I do think that, again, we're talking about personal displays. We're talking about either personal effects that are found within the classroom, or we're talking about articles of clothing, or is that more of a dress code item? Would that,
I think it probably does go hand in hand, and you could probably refer to the dress code. As well in this particular policy,
Mhm.
if there's a particular, if there's some language that you want to put in, and I did hear that. You kind of read off some of the bullets of the model policy,
Yeah,
which is not in the 2240.
yeah,
And I am not particularly um opposed to that language that's in the model policy to be inserted instead of 2240 policy.
yeah. This is because 2240 is more about subjects of discussion within the classroom versus items versus model policy sevens. Um, controversial displays, but policy or model policy 28 from Will is controversial issues. It would probably be a little bit more pertinent to that.
Right.
But I do think that the bullet point list from 7 would be a good descriptor to potentially bring in as a in a sort of inclusive definition, I suppose, including but not limited to, of course. I think that would be a bad idea. Cammy, I'm not sure what your thoughts are on that.
I'm okay with adding it. I, I assume reading that this is for like displays, controversial issues, like what's discussing, right? Like
Mhm.
class content and not necessarily a teacher's own private, like how they choose to decorate the room.
Yeah.
Or are we trying to
No,
spaces in both policies, right?
there are additional policies that talk more about personal effects in the classroom and things like that. But I think the pertinent part of model policy 7 is that list of 4 items that is kind of a definitional quality. And then,
Like a frame of reference for whomever's reading the policy of what would be considered controversial topics.
yeah.
Okay.
And then under model policy 28, then the pertinent section would be the board will permit the introduction of controversial issues provided that their use in the instructional program. 1 is related to the instructional goals of the course of study. 2 is age appropriate for students. 3 does not indoctrinate or persuade students to a particular point of view. 4 encourages analytical thinking and open-mindedness. 5 does not create a hostile school environment. I don't know if we would need to include the legal analysis there, but I do honestly think that the whole of model policy 28 has.
Oh, you're reading 28.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm hopping between the two and I'm kind of measuring them up against each other. Just because there are a couple of policies that have some different use. Yeah, sorry about that. Let's see, controversial issues related to the program may be initiated by the students themselves, provided they are presented in the ordinary course of classroom instruction related to the topic of instruction, do not create hostile school environment. A certain amount of this is obviously already in 2240, but I do like the specification. And the effective notice to parents that's in model policy 28. Second page, second paragraph. I think that would be worthwhile to ensure we have very clearly specified in there that we will provide ample effective notice to parents.
One thing that I think would be beneficial for the administration is to be clear in the policy as to what topics this has. For instance, controversial issues usually is around instruction, right? Displays is around like things like personal content, dress, and so on. if we can have different buckets that we're not trying to go to one policy that kills everything, it's easier for us because it's easier for us to have conversation and to be pretty straightforward with whatever that conversation entails. So, you know, where we can to be as specific as possible about what it is we're looking at and what we're looking to do is going to be a lot better. And maybe even splitting out what's the difference between again, what is student driven and not student driven in some of this regard would be also something that we have to think about. Like there's definitely different levers that we have to think about, whether it's a student or a staff member. And making sure we delineate those is important as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot that goes into this, right?
Right.
One, address. Two, content, theme, and curriculum, and or the discretion that the staff member chooses to utilize for the consideration of controversial issues as legitimate place in the instructional program. I think that's I mean, are we, if we're going to spell it out, I mean, it should be clear as day that this is what is acceptable and this is not acceptable. And if there is a particular question about this is the expectation, you know, you are to go and ask these individuals or what maybe for clarification on moving forward with that particular level of instruction.
Yeah. For instance, in this regard, you know, talking about what is or isn't controversial right now is getting more in the eye of the beholder versus a common norm. And so one of the things that I would like to see in the policy is something whereby the superintendent would have that conversation with either board leadership or the board president to say, here's an issue that came up. There's many of them that I'll be able to say, yeah, I think that's controversial, or no, that's not controversial. But if it's on that, like, where does our community sit on this? I would rather have a check-in with those locally elected officials just to say, what are your thoughts on this?
There's actually a paragraph in model policy 7 that
That's why I'm bringing this forward.
it
right?
defers to the principal, and if the principal's unsure, then it goes to the board for final determination on if who will allow it to be taught.
Yep. Yeah, I was going to say my recommendation would be looking at that first page under policy on model policy 7, adding the language from the third paragraph that starts with for purposes through the numerical list, and then the following fourth paragraph ending with and personnel. I think all of that would be good. You could transfer that over to 2240. It would be helpful for clear direction on your part, and it would be helpful for definition, I think, to provide you with some guidance, but it still leaves room for that interpretation. So it's, you know, it's kind of, there's a little bit of pliability there.
So as a building principal, do you think it's clear to them where we want them to go based on this language?
Well, I think that's one part of it. I think that model policy 28 then gets into some more detail about what you're looking at and what allows for controversial issues. But what you're going to see is, I think from my time looking at policy, a lot of policy kind of one thing bleeds into another. Policy is definitely an interwoven, it's interwoven. No piece of policy, I think, stands just out there on its own, or in most cases, no policy stands out there on its own. It usually has another policy that provides further clarification. And ultimately, if there's a lack of clarity, it can always become an item that gets discussed by the board. And I think that's good, because I think at the end of the day, you know, you can say when in doubt, maybe stay away from something that you think is going to be controversial, but that is, again, you know, I think it's best going back to people who are at least representative of what the general public is looking for.
Yeah, and just on this topic in general, right? This is where really things and sometimes do get to be a sticky wicket. And what I mean by that is if you look at even case law for the last 60 years, you'll see something that was controversial, then became uncontroversial, but now is the center of controversy again. And you see courts go back and forth on that, right? And we're basically in that same situation here where we're seeing things keep going back and forth on some of these issues throughout time, even within this district.
Mhm.
What I'm saying is that we have to be open to a pathway of communication when something happens for our building administration to say, hey, issue that I didn't see as controversial. Now I got some people who are saying, hey, this is pretty controversial. What are your thoughts? And we can pull that up to even as high as me discussing that with somebody on the board to say, where do we stand? So that I can give clear direction to our building principals as to how and what we want to do with that piece. Right. And that's how we're going to have to, I think, navigate through some of these issues. There are other ones that are pretty black and white, right? Like, no, that should have been. And there are things that I think should have been black and white, where I call it black and white, and somebody goes, "Well, did you think about this?" Or and I'm like, "I'm sorry, I called it black or white, and I should have been maybe a little bit more lenient on it, right?" And so this is one of those things where more communication is better than less communication, and all I'm advocating for is a communication channel within policy to clearly define what that is and how we want to look at that, right?
So then, you had something to say? Yeah, go right for it.
Question.
Yeah, this is something I'm kind of picking up from you, so I'm happy to hear from you on it. Yeah.
The 2028 policy, how much of that are we considering putting in, all of it, or?
At a glance, I think so. The thing that would concern me about putting in all of it would be that there is some repeated language. There's some repeated sentiments there. Some of it is like standard recitation of law. What I would say minimum is from 28 adding on page 1 paragraphs 4 through 6, which also includes an enumerated list.
Why don't we do this? It's easier really for me if you tell me what it is you like of 7 and 28, and then I work with Sam and Lynn and our administrative team to try to pull that into what's existing with Neola and say, here's what we have, right?
Yeah.
So tell me what you like. We'll find a way to make it incorporated into the Neola policy, and come back and say, here's what we came up with, because that's going to be easier than us trying to wordsmith as a group. So just tell us what you like.
Yeah. The list of description on 28.
Okay.
That is
1 through 5.
Enumerated 1 through 5. And the paragraph preceding it. And then honestly, I do think that paragraphs, all of the proceeding paragraphs, all the way through the end. Some of those are definitional, but effective notice shall be construed to mean notice sufficiently in advance of instruction such that the parent may opt out of units. In this case, this is a little bit more nuanced because these are units that are part of core classes. That's another discussion, opt in and opt out. But yeah, I would say from the board will permit all the way through the rest. All of that is content that I would like to see in there.
So basically, you do not need the first 3 paragraphs. Everything else you'd like to keep from 28.
Yeah, only because I think that those first 3 paragraphs really are already in 2240.
I don't need an explanation.
Yeah.
I just need to know. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm thinking through it out loud, I guess, for Tammy's sake and for the rest of the board members who are here.
So the only other thing I would, so like the last page of 28, it's valuable information. However, 2240 states it has may not express a personal opinion. It has to identify as such and all that other language. we have 2240, the one that's brought forth as a recommendation as may not express a personal opinion.
Right.
So I think that that's probably good to maintain,
Oh, definitely, yeah.
you know, because um yeah, if we're gonna stay neutral, then we'll stay neutral on.
Yeah. No, I completely agree. Yeah, I was not necessarily thinking that anything major should be removed from any of the major points should be removed from 2240. I thought that model policy 28 was more of a good complement to what already exists within 2240.
Okay, so anything else from 28, other than the board will permit through the end?
Tammy, you got any thoughts?
No, I would have added what you did.
Any other thoughts from any other present board members? All right, thanks, Dan.
What about model policy 7? Are we gonna try to mishmash this into the controversial issues or wait
No, I think just the
and
definitions.
pull this into when we get to more of a discussion on displays and those kinds of things?
Yeah, the rest of this is more relevant to discussions about displays, clothing and things like that. A little bit of this will have to do with the next item.
Perhaps, but I'm not sure what Jared means, pull this into the discussion about displays. Because I don't know when that discussion is going to occur, seeing as though I don't believe that Neil happens to have a policy on controversial displays in the classroom. So I would almost,
Make a motion to adopt model policy 7.
yeah, I mean, I think that perhaps maybe the committee might want to consider just adopting model policy 7 and adding it to the Watertown policies.
Is that something you would like to see, Tammy?
Yeah, but should we also add the verbiage of what would happen with controversial issues in the classroom, the verbiage that's on there about it being deferred to the principal and then it coming to the board? Should we add that to the topics, the controversial issues in the classroom?
I believe that is actually from model policy 7. We're taking that from model policy 7
And we're putting it
along,
in.
along with a
Right.
lot of 28 and putting that on 2240. And then in addition, we would also adopt model policy 7 in its
Yeah.
entirety into our policy book as well.
And I will double check the displays and so on.
Sure.
Because
Let me
I'm
actually,
getting frustrated with the Wi-Fi. 'Cause,
yeah, it's a little slow today.
Eating up time here, but I think there may be a something that we can combine it with.
Yeah, it might be in
But
the
either
no
that, or
matching.
we can do a standalone. And either way, right? We're going to have to put it into the Neola, or excuse me, not the Neola,
Well, it would be the Neola number format.
right, we would have to put it and then reformat it to match those. We can't just say this is it and move forward. So you know, we will try to get that work done between now and the board meeting. I don't know that we will, but we will try our hardest to get that done. I understand what you guys want. Okay, so if there's a combination that may be harder to come to the board for a first read. If we're gonna try to combine it with a Neola, that controversial issues may have to go to next month. Or not controversial issues, the displays will have to go to next month.
Yeah, if there was anything we needed to merge model
Right.
policy 7 with,
Right.
that would obviously take more time. Yeah, for sure.
Find something to merge it with. We will just put it into the Neola template and move forward. But if there's something that we need to consider, we'll have to go to next month. And I'll just stay in touch with Sam on that.
Yeah, definitely.
For your timeline to get everything out to the teachers in there and.
We're just gonna go, and we're gonna get done as much as we can. I don't want it to stop the rest of the process, and if we need to implement something, we will implement it. You know, we make addendum to handbooks all the time. It would be nice to have it all nice and neat. I don't think we're gonna have everything nice and neat. We're just gonna have to go with what we can. right? And if we have to make addendums, we make addendums, we let parents know, we let teachers know, here's the date it's starting on, and we just go.
Okay,
I mean, I don't want you guys to think that, policy can only be adopted once a year because of a handbook.
I think there's some policies that are pretty critical to make sure they end up in that first edition of the policy handbook. And, this would be one of them.
I do agree.
yeah, I
Um,
agree.
If there's anything that we can do to assist with that, I mean, I'm certainly willing to have extra meetings to try to accelerate the process. I'm certainly willing to meet as a policy board in addition to just our standard monthly meeting. I don't know if that necessarily does help you because then that's more time that you're spending here in the evening, but
I can help type out the policies and send
yeah.
the Lynn for approval.
Yeah, and I'm certainly working on that. I have notes that I'm taking right now for that as well, which I'll get to you guys, just as a reiteration of what we've been talking about.
Okay.
All right, yeah, let's move on to the next item on the agenda. We got curriculum development, 2210. I'm sorry, yep, skip past. 3216 and 4216, staff dress and grooming. That's for certified, non-certified, or certified and support. And then there's dress and grooming for students, which is policy 5511. And Craig, I would like to open up with you talking about some of your thoughts on this, because I know this was, again, one of the items that you were bringing up at previous policy meetings.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I felt that our previous, dress and grooming, policy, this has actually been something that, has been a discussion with building administration one-on-one for a couple of different years. And it seemed to be a pretty vague policy, if you ask me, or maybe more broad, I should say, and left to interpretation. Administration, building administration did seem to move to address some dress code issues. However, as the year progresses, things keep sliding back to kind of the way things used to be. I feel like the Neola, this particular model policy is a little bit more straightforward, black and white. And I would be more supportive of that kind of language. However, I'd call your attention on the model policy to the number 3 bottoms, where there is a measurement that's given in lieu of that. I would say instead of adhering strictly to a measurement, perhaps utilizing some language that would say like for instance, skirts should not be more than 4 inches. Maybe say a skirt should generally fall within the bottom 3/4 of the thigh, above the knee, something of that nature, so that people aren't chasing down with measurement sticks, and something like that. That in general, this policy is what the board's intention is when it comes to dress code and enforcement of the dress code. Something that's a little bit more specific, but not to the point of pulling out tape measures.
Sure.
Like for instance, some of the bigger changes would be like no spaghetti straps, having a capped sleeve, low cut shirts, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I agree. I do think that having specific measurements that gets a little tricky. Tammy, what do you think about the language in there?
You're talking about the language on the model policy?
On the model policy, yes.
I'm reading the language, I'm okay with it, I think it's clear.
Mhm.
I think girls are gonna have I guess I don't see a problem with the tank top in the summer, in all honesty, personally, like, I understand the spaghetti straps, that might be a little provocative for young boys, but I mean,
Sorry. There,
a tank top, but you know, they are normally at least an inch wide straps on tank tops,
Go ahead.
I think the reason for them saying no tank tops and having a cap sleeve is because that's, you know,
you're creating an atmosphere.
right, and then, but that's also straightforward,
Mhm.
that's not a situation where you're gonna get a ruler out, or, you know.
Yeah.
That's a sort of situation.
Yeah.
A tank top and a spaghetti strap can be very subjective, I think, at times.
There's more ambiguity to that. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. I also see where you're coming from. I don't think tank tops are, I don't feel very strongly about that. I mean, you could also, you
Like,
could,
like the topless, you know, like I get that where there's no straps or
Mhm.
spaghetti straps I could see, but a tank top, I mean, we live in Wisconsin, it gets hot, but
Yeah, you could take out must-have capped sleeves. You could just have no spaghetti straps or strapless tops are allowed. Tank tops must have, tank top straps must be a width wider than a finger. I mean, that's literally, I don't know. What do you think about that, Tammy?
I don't know, it's hard to say, you gotta give me a minute. I'm trying to look at from perspective of an administrator
Mhm.
trying to,
Yeah, it gets really tough.
you know.
Have administrators go like this, make sure it's wider than.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, there's a pretty clear line there, though. I do think there's a clearer line there than there are for a lot of other things. But alternatively, you can just do cap sleeves and you can just not have the issue whatsoever.
Thinking of that, I'm gonna go to something that's a little less controversial, but is a terminology here that I think is vague that we can rule without. And that's if you look at D, the language plainly offensive is really a very difficult standard. But when you look at lewd, vulgar, or indecent, there's definitions within law that talk about what those are, right?
Mhm.
But plainly offensive to you might not be plainly offensive to me. So I'd rather just take it out and we deal with those things that are lewd, vulgar, and indecent. And we take care of it from that standpoint
Yeah.
and take out the subjectivity of offensive.
Yeah,
Mhm.
offensive is subject.
Yeah.
So,
Is there in this policy, I think that one of the discussions that people have had, and I know this is about students, but I think that a lot of this language, or well, this point of language rather, would apply across the dress code policies. There's nothing in here about political or social content as far as articles of clothing being worn during the school day, is there, Craig?
Uh, no, I didn't see that. Well, actually, wait a minute. No, but I mean, if there's a desire to put something else in there that says, you know, uh, yeah,
I don't think we can.
You don't think so?
No, I think students have a much stronger First Amendment rights than staff do, you know, because staff's an employee of the district where
Sure.
students are.
That makes sense.
They could possibly be legally able to wear political messaging, you know, as long as it's not lewd. You know, like they have some First Amendment rights that protect them to.
I think there's a balancing test though.
There is.
I think that,
I mean, and you know, the supposed bonds for Jesus discussion point about speech, right? And so there is a balancing test
yeah,
in law called Tinker, the Tinker test, right? We would have to think about.
I think that I think that is if you put some sort of a standard in that says no political speech on a shirt, that, for dress code, if that's what your dress code is, then it has to be strictly enforced that you're not playing favorites. You happen to wear this particular shirt, then you can't wear that particular shirt.
Sure, sure. Mhm.
So do you want to go in the direction of no political at all for the students? Like they can't wear things political in nature or?
It's hard to say with students. I haven't been in the school district in a bit. I haven't been in the buildings in a bit, except for, well, there was one exception. I was at one of the elementary schools recently, although that isn't the best example. I think this would apply more to middle and high school. But in my time in the district, I did not see an overt amount of political messaging and things like that with students. And I think it's, obviously there can sometimes be intent, which gets a lot more complicated. I was thinking that this applies more to staff. And I'm thinking this specifically because I had a teacher reach out to me, or not a teacher, I'm sorry, I had an individual in the community reach out to me about having observed that during the school day there was at least one teacher, I believe it was multiple teachers at the high school, who were wearing some pretty strong political and social messaging shirts a few Fridays ago during apparently there was a protest being held at the school, some sort of non-obstructive protest on the part of the students, but there were a number of teachers who were quite into it, and they were wearing quite open and what some people would call maybe even aggressive messaging on their shirts. And whatever, I won't get into the details about it any more than that, but I think that sounds grossly inappropriate to me, and that probably shouldn't be something that's going on with any of the teachers in the school district. I remember teachers having political messaging in their rooms when I was there almost 10 years ago. I don't know if that's appropriate, but I certainly think that, like we were talking about with controversial issues previously, in that previous discussion point, pertains to contentious ideologies, beliefs, social issues, incites controversy, debate, or divisiveness within the school community. It certainly appeared to me, from what I was hearing and what I was seeing, that those two criteria were absolutely being fulfilled by that language. So perhaps having something about that's not acceptable for teachers to wear, for staff and administration to wear on school grounds, I think would be sensible. With students, again, I think it's pretty.
I'm with you, Sam.
Yeah, I think that's a clear line. With students, it's a little bit more difficult, and I think that should probably be handled on.
We had, a student wearing a cape of a political party, and went through the day at the middle school.
Interesting. Yeah, I suppose it kind of depends on what's being communicated there. I don't know where that falls and whether or not that does fall under First Amendment right. Maybe that's a discussion that we bring up to the full board, and we have that item of discussion specifically. Are we going to restrict political messaging on articles of clothing for students? That's a little bit more ambiguous to me, but I think for staff, that's a pretty easy call.
My personal opinion is I'd like to get all political messaging out of the district completely, whether it's staff or students. Like, not that they can't be in robust discussions, but nothing worn on them physically, no room decor. I think that.
And no flags except for the country's flag, the state flag, and
the school flag or the city flag.
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know the legality behind putting that kind of restriction on students, where I know that it can happen. Like, we have more control over the staff's dress than the students' dress when it becomes infringing on their First Amendment rights.
Sure. Yeah, I'm with you. I guess what we could do is we could make the recommendation. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to make it clear that the school board does have a lot of control over that situation. The school board can make it so that we can go the way of uniforms if we want to. So I mean, if you don't want any messaging on a shirt. And that you want to make that as a policy, you can. You can just have them wear plain t-shirts. I mean,
Yeah, we can have everybody in uniform.
yeah. So,
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to such a thing. The improvements in a school district.
I
when you
would.
have Go to uniforms. is excellent.
I mean, including staff. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
you-
Well, something that big might require some more discussion.
Sure.
So
just saying that.
Yeah, I do hear what you're saying.
Possibility is there for you.
I suppose it's, I would say, are we able to consult with legal to get some
I
advice
think
about that?
the best thing for you to do,
Mhm.
right, is to tell me the aims that you're looking for as specifically as you can. And then we get guidance from our attorney to say, here's how you do it.
Sure.
Because our attorney will get us there, get us to your aims. And they'll do it in a way that makes it, take our liability risk down as far as we can. Right? We may incur the liability risk depending on what we want. Like, if you, depending on what kinds of speech you want to try to limit, they may say absolutely not, or here's a way, but you may incur some liability. But at
Sure.
least I'll know what to say to our attorney and convey, here's the things that they'd like to control for, right? When it comes to dress, and so if you want to share that with me, also share with me your thoughts about what you would like to convey to staff around displays. What things you have concerns over, because really it's going to take us a little bit of time to say, here's what we need to do to make a model policy. But then there's also informing people of that policy, not only at a macro level, but on an individual level, so that we understand that due process was given to everyone, right? And that we move forward with that.
Sure. That makes sense. All right. So
I don't see it that easy.
nothing ever is.
We're walking a fine line here, a very fine line. I'm for keeping politics out of the school system. I'm for educating people, the kids, and that's it.
Mhm.
But when it comes to this, we need legal help on this, and a lot of it.
Yeah. So our aim would be, we want to remove political messaging. Right? We want to have no political messaging. If
Staff
that is
and
something that we
students?
can do, staff and students. Obviously, that is contingent on where we stand, legally speaking.
So when you talk about political messaging, what do you mean? Do you mean just political parties and people running for office? Or do you mean issues that could be political in nature? Abortion,
White
you know,
power, black power.
correct, yeah, those kinds of things. Like, I mean, like, what do you mean to me when you say political messaging?
The second thing that you were talking about.
Including
All issues
social
that-
and yeah.
Okay. So contemporary political issues.
Mhm.
Right.
And retro political issues too. I don't want to see any Richard Nixon shirts in the schools, okay? Not a fan of all that.
No Reagan, no Reagan,
No-
no trickle down.
No Reagan, and also no oh man, I don't even remember the guy's name that
I
he's
saw one
running.
of those the other day.
Really?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, Mondale, that's it, yeah.
there you go.
Wow,
Yeah, so few votes at all.
but as vanilla as you get, and what's the top of my?
Well, I mean, I think that if our focus is to have academic education, and to get away from the increasing controversy and high tension, I think, let's get rid of it all, man.
But we want to keep things like lewd, vulgar, obscene. Those are the things that are
Yes,
like legally definable into the context, but we want to stay away from the idea of well, I don't even remember what it said in there, but generally distasteful is basically what I put it in my mind as.
yeah, plainly
Yeah.
offensive.
Plainly.
And I think that from earlier, Model Policy 7, what we were talking about it goes through the process, comes up to the board. If there's like an issue of an issue of ambiguity there, I think that would make sense for the process as well. Bring it up to the board. When in doubt, bring it to the board. I think that makes a lot more sense.
What about, 2 through 9? When it comes to more specific, requests, when it comes to their dress code. I mean, just having more of a defined guideline. Because I feel like this is where
Mhm.
the board should, as their purview, define what this looks like.
Yeah,
This is the expectation, and this is how it is expected to be enforced. You know,
I don't have a problem with language as written, although I certainly hear and would be glad to adopt the adjustment of the specific lengths to.
well, because I mean, let's put it this way. To my 10-year-old daughter, who is extremely petite.
Yeah.
A 4-inch skirt is going to look like something's wrong, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
To somebody that's nearly an 18-year-old in the in high school, that 4 inches is completely different. It's not
Yeah.
proportional at all. I mean,
absolutely. So, and what was the specific language that you proposed? I think was pretty good for that.
well,
In
I
3
guess
and
I
4.
would leave it to administration to come up with
Yeah.
some language that can be enforceable.
This is easy. Our attorneys deal with this topic all the
Okay,
time.
yeah,
Right, and so I can, if you want more specific language, and I show them this policy and say,
Yeah.
that, there's some things that we had problems with. We had problems with the idea of what does a strap mean? Are we gonna go with spaghetti strap or tank top or fully covered shoulder, right? That has to be a discussion point, right? The attorney may ask you, do you want to put a clause in there for things like prom or other things? Because you try to find some prom dresses sometimes, right? I would say, I wasn't at prom, but given history of proms, at least half of the girls have strapless dresses, right? And so there are things there that you may want to consider as an exemption. I don't know if that's something you want to do or not, but some of those things that
Yeah,
they may ask me.
yeah. Exceptions or modifications to the dress code on page 2.
Right.
Mhm.
There's on page 2,
Yeah.
there's a section for that.
Yeah.
So do you want to
I would say bring over all of the language from model policy 13. Between 3216 and model policy 13, deferring to 13 where necessary with advice from legal.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Is everybody clear on that?
Is that going to students and staff or?
Specifically
That's the student side.
specifically for students, yeah. The staff dress and grooming. Oh, I'm sorry, I said 3216. I said the name of the wrong policy. 5511 is what I meant for students. I apologize, Lynn. I think that 3216 and its counterpart 4216 look fine. I think adding in the language about political, social cultural messaging on clothing would be the only thing that I would want to see changed there.
Okay.
What? Any other thoughts? Anyone? All righty.
Agree with you, Sam.
All right. If we're all right on that, then we're moving on to the curriculum review process. And once again, Craig, because you've been working this for the last year, I'm passing you the baton.
the curriculum development process. This was one of those, another topic that kept coming up. It happens to be something that's kind of on the forefront of discussion today. Because I feel like sometimes the board should have more involvement in that process and more awareness of that particular process. The model policy, one of the model policies as we see here, was model policy 16, talking about evaluation update of district curriculum purchased from third parties. And it talked about basically a curriculum review committee. That shall consist of members who shall be selected by the district administrator and approved by the board. Should include at least one person from each of the following groups: teachers, administrators, curriculum coordinators, parents, and students. That could also mean that if the board wants to include a board member or multiple board members in that process, I feel like that might not be a bad idea. And you can even specify as many parents or students that or teachers or curriculum coordinators or administrators that are on that particular committee. The idea being that it's a larger process, a larger group than just the administration and teachers in the school district that are bringing forth the recommendation. That it's a more of a collaborative effort when moving forward as a selection, and that the board approves that process and that committee for that consideration, and that particular process also involves updating the board and regularly to review the content of the data and whatnot. I also had attached or included other model policies that may make sense when it comes to other instructional materials that should be reviewed on a regular basis, including library materials, and then also here's included library materials and parental rights, things of that nature. So that if we're going to social emotional learning and instruction and parental notification, stuff like that, that should be part of that review committee's purview, so that these things are being reviewed on a regular basis. I do think it might even make sense that the board includes more of those reviews and in particular committee like Ed Services, where that discussion occurs. We would like to see these materials reviewed on a regular basis, because right now it awfully seems like we as a board, the only involvement we happen to have with certain curriculum is you approve the course handbook or the course guide based on 3 sentences, and that never comes before the board for additional review or approval. So in that period of time, that particular course could have been offered for the last 20 years and never actually come before the board for review. That's not appropriate. Things evolve, things change. Who has adapted that course accordingly? I think that's the purview of a school board to approve those particular items on a regular basis. So what does that mean? Yearly, bi-yearly,
So thank you for a review of like those resources and the issues where the committee last came to an end on this issue, and actually the board. It was kicked to a smaller committee of Ms. Borst, the board, the Ed Services chair and the policy chair, to work through all of those policies, because there's like, I don't know, about 6 different policies that are around curriculum adoption process, material review and selection, how to challenge a material, and a number of other things that really need some coordination together
Mhm.
in this regard. Wondering if we want to stick with that process that was outlined by the board to kick it to a smaller committee by which a couple board members can work with Ms. Borst and possibly myself to talk about what is the way we're going to do this, because we know that we have to do things differently, and we want to make sure that we have them all coordinated.
Mhm.
Does that still sound like a good process, or what?
Yeah, that sounds fine to me. That kind of leads into that earlier thing I was talking about, where I was saying, hey, if having additional meetings to work out some of these more complex discussions is the way to go, let's do that.
Faster.
And let's get it moving. So
The reason that didn't happen is because we also knew that
everything was up in the air.
up in the air, new board members, and then we were waiting for who's the chair, but Jenny, Ms. Forrest is really ready and wants to be done with the process, much less get started with it, right?
Yeah.
So she's really chomping at the bit,
Okay,
moving, but
awesome.
we just want to make sure that that's what you want.
Sure.
And we will have the chair of policy and the chair of ed services meet with Ms. Forrest and talk about like how are we going to tackle these 6 or 7 policies together in a way that gets to all those issues and looks at those resources that you brought forward, Greg, to say here's some of the guidance things that we need to think about.
That sounds great to me. So perhaps the recommendation or the motion would be to set up a separate subcommittee meeting,
I don't
which of
think
course
we need
people
a
are.
motion if we're just gonna
Yeah.
follow what was already
Yeah.
decided.
Yeah, let's continue on that. Let's grab a time and let's move forward with it, hopefully in the next couple of weeks.
Ms. Forrest will in the next couple of days give you guys an email and get you on a
Sounds good.
calendar. And go on.
Looking forward to it. I think I've been anxious to hear no.
Sure.
Now that we have a little direction, I'm happy to be moving forward.
Yeah, that sounds great to me. Thanks. All right, on to item E. That's policy 2414, human growth and development. Model policy 30 and 31 are accompanying it. And once again, Craig,
So
take it away.
the human growth and development, I don't know if this was out of rotation for Neola, if I just happened to pull this one forward outside of rotation, because I don't know that we've had a discussion on it here.
No, it's still coming forward,
Okay,
right?
I feel like this was discussed previously, at least it's something we touched on at one of the previous policy meetings.
In the same sense of the curriculum pieces, I think we were gonna lose human growth and development in that as well.
Right, because it's a unique process within.
the same type of thing, yeah.
And we
Mhm.
don't have a current policy that is as specific as the Neola policy. And I did not get a chance to review the model policy that was put up with it, but I know when I stated the real policy, followed the Neola policy pretty closely. And so the board has the decision, are we teaching human growth and development, yes or no? If so, there's a very specific committee outlined in this law that we would pull together to review the topics that are being taught, and when they're being taught and how they're being taught. And I'm, again, one of those areas that I'm very anxious to start moving forward on, depending on what the board is determining they would like to do. And I was under the impression that those were gonna be lumped in with curriculum review process as well. And so I'm happy to work with the two of you to figure out how we want to move forward with that. I'm happy with that.
And if you need, I am one of the instructors for 4th and 5th grade. They don't have
All
a
right.
real teacher, I'm sure, so, well, they have one, but you have to have 2, right? And so I go and support the teacher.
So in the interest of being direct, it sounds like this is gonna be another meeting with chairs and Forrest. Yeah, Tammy, before we move on from it though, because I don't want to rush through it, and you're also on this committee, is there anything you'd like to see as far as the human growth and development policies go? Are there any thoughts that you have about that in the district?
I mean, we're just talking about basic. Right, like we're not getting into anything. I know that statute
Where the
requires
order is,
that,
what
yeah.
the parts
Well,
are.
there are certain things that are required by state
Yes,
statute
yeah.
that schools have to cover, so I'm comfortable with that, as long as we're not going into anything crazy.
Yeah, as long as there's no comprehensive sexuality education, I think that's what it's called.
No, and
Yeah.
matter of fact, when those conversations come up, at any level, we refer them to their parents, or a trusted adult or a doctor, and that's how we say it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Craig?
Well, I think this is where some of the confusion came in. That there should be an approval process when it comes to human growth and development
Yeah,
via state
Mhm.
statute. And that also means taking a look at what's being taught. Because I do believe that one of the staff members actually raised a question to that and said, hey, I just don't want to get in trouble
Mhm.
for teaching this if it hasn't been board approved.
Yeah.
So
has it not been board approved in the past, the human growth
It
and
has,
development
but
that is being?
it has been a while since it's been reviewed and approved.
So that's something that we can bring up.
Way more than we're comfortable.
So I have a question about that as well, and maybe my understanding is wrong, but historically, I thought that the board, not that I agree with this process,
Mhm.
but that the board only initially approved curriculum and then it was
Not
never
human growth and
brought to the
development.
board.
Human growth and development should be on a 5-year cycle.
Okay, but there are some topics where we'll just approve and then never see it again, even though changes have maybe been made over 7 to 10 years or something.
Right, unless changes have been made,
Okay,
right? If there have been substantial changes made, or the standards have been changed, or we have adopted different standards, that all has to go to you. Right,
But it should be a minimum of 5-year cycle.
right, but,
Okay.
but lessons can change on the topic, right? And the topic based on the standard, if that's still the same and lessons change, it shouldn't have to come back to you.
okay.
well, I mean, I feel like there's a valid reason to go through that. If VPI changed the standards, for whatever particular reason, the board should have the purview to say, yes, we're going to adopt those standards, or no, we don't want to adopt those standards.
That's exactly what I said. Yes, if that's the case, yes, it would come to you.
Right.
But if the standard hasn't changed and those topics, under those standards, I'm missing the word.
So I feel like we're blurring the conversation between human growth and development
Exactly.
and our
Curriculum.
curriculum development.
And they kind of merged.
I agree,
Yeah.
totally agree.
Mhm.
To your point about curriculum and bringing different curriculum back, and I won't go deep right now. But what I appreciate about the Neola policy, it talks about curriculum guides and having those published and public, and that is something that I feel would be a great next step for us to be doing.
Okay,
And it's something that we have to talk through. The process of bringing them to the board for approval could get a little dicey at the beginning because we would have so many to begin with, but then having a process by which we're bringing them back so that it's not that something was approved 35 years ago and then never revisited again. And I think that's all something that Dr. Burke and I have been talking about. How do we work through policy and work through a process with our services to sort of clean that up, if you will? And it's something that I'm very excited about, and I appreciate your point, Craig, about teachers wanting to feel like comfortable and confident in the topics in which they're teaching. And I think that, frankly, we owe it to them to make sure that we are being clear with what our teaching. So, I'm excited to embark on that. And I was kind of looking at human growth and development piece in there as well. And so I'm happy to sit with the two of you to kind of start drafting what that might look like, and what that could look like. And then talking through human growth and development too, because I know that that is a very specific topic, and I know we've talked about the fact that that's not something that has been brought back to the board level or the committee level in a while, and that's something that if we are going to be teaching human growth and development in the district, that I think is important that we're going to. So.
Sam.
Yeah.
The language that the state statute uses is age appropriate.
Mhm.
Do we determine what is age appropriate?
So, yeah, so we do, to some extent, but what I'm saying is this, is if we have a curriculum guide, right, where it says, here's the standards that we're looking at, and then that curriculum guide goes deeper into, here's the units, right? and the major discussion points within those come back, if those come back on a more regular basis, that's where you will have a lot of the say over what's age appropriate, right? And to that extent, sometimes, like when I was the director of curriculum instruction, we brought the standard set, the curriculum guide, and a couple of sample lessons to the Educational Services Committee and said, I want you to take a look at curriculum guide and standards for this course, and here's a couple sample lessons. Any questions, right? And that was usually enough to spark, like if there was any inkling of, hey, I'm a little worried about what we're teaching here, then we pulled that one off and have a deep discussion. The rest of them we move forward,
Sure.
right? And so that was really good, kind of where your level of is, like that guidance level, right?
Yeah, I definitely think that any human growth and development, I understand how in the past it was sufficient to say, here's a sample. I think
Oh, yeah.
now
It's
it's
been
like,
a while. I think we need to go into it.
yeah,
Deeper
even, yeah, I think it's
Yeah.
full curriculum, detailed examination there. And again, this is a discussion that we can have, in addition to, this goes along with curriculum review. The only thing that I would add that I think I would like to see happen, and this is going to come into play with a number of policies, is I would like to see opt-in being prioritized above opt-out. I think that's really important. I've heard from a lot of people that opt-in sometimes feels like something that can slip through the cracks, and they prefer to see opt-out feels like it slips through the cracks. They feel like they would like to see an opt-in strategy where they're specifically asked for permission before something happens, and it does not happen without their permission and acceptance of it. So I think that would be key with human growth and development. So yeah, any other questions? Any other thoughts? Alrighty, let's move on to item F. 7540, district issued staff email account. This is something that a staff member brought up at the last general board meeting. Thank you for having these placed on here, Craig. I really appreciate that. That was an interesting question that he raised. The specific language that he was talking about on here is towards the end, I want to say. Let's see. I don't know where it is off the top of my head. And it was about whether or not staff can send mass emails.
Yeah.
Where? Oh yeah, it's actually towards the top. It's the third paragraph from the start. WUSD staff shall not send or forward mass emails, even if the emails concern WUSD business without prior approval site administrator. So Jared, off the top of your head, do you know why we would have a clause in there like that? Can you give us a little bit of background on the rationale?
So within the organization, the size, you can imagine any classroom teacher or sport activity, other thing. If everybody was doing this on a regular basis, the amount of junk mail that people have to sift through becomes almost contradictory to getting to the things that are important, like a communication from a parent or whatever.
Sure.
And so I don't know how we're going to parse out between what's important to send as a mass or not important to send as a mass, unless there is a body to check in with to say, hey, we think this is important. Because you will get stuff like, does anybody have any red pipe cleaners? I'm looking for red pipe cleaners. And then that goes to the whole email address book.
Yeah.
Right. And so that has been creeping up more and more and more lately. And it's not always just within a building, but it will go to the whole email book. And, sure, somebody in maintenance may have red pipe cleaner box sitting on the back shelf somewhere, and that would have filled it. I mean, I don't know, but the reality is we're trying to seek a balance, and I don't know how else to seek a balance. And if you guys have ideas, I would be happy to hear what those are. and to figure out how we can do it, but that's the impetus of the discussion point.
Definitely. You got any thoughts initially, Tammy?
No, I was actually gonna ask, like, how many mass emails are you seeing shooting about the district where
It's
It's
creeping up.
yeah, and I'm not saying that it's not, that's why I was,
I
And
mean, and some of it's not even like our business. It's, hey, the Girl Scouts are selling cookies at whatever tonight, and stuff like that.
sure.
So like sometimes it's not even, it's like school adjacent because it deals with a youth, right? But it's not necessarily even our school business.
and this isn't, we don't have anything like this on the books indicating that mass emails can't be sent, is that the case? That's why they're
I'd
happening
have to go
now?
back and look at our policy, our older policy on it, but
I believe that the spirit that this was
Spirit.
brought up in was not about emails that go out to the full district. I think it was about the ambiguity of what a mass email is. If I'm the wrestling coach or the basketball coach,
yeah, a mass
And
email is something that goes out to the whole.
every single person in the
Right.
district. Okay, got it.
And I also don't want people to go, well, I didn't include Jared.
Yeah.
Because he was the superintendent. I didn't include him, so that's not a mass email because I didn't include everybody. I mean, like.
Sure. It's not when
You know,
it's for your specific group or team activity. It's when it's a general statement to the vast majority of the district. So maybe go ahead, sorry.
So you wouldn't consider the email that the gentleman was sending to like 130 other people involved in
Skills
the
USA.
Skills USA, that wouldn't be considered a mass email, right? Because he's not sending out to everybody in the district, he's just sending it out to a large number of people that he communicates with in his day-to-day operations, is that what we're saying?
I think what we were trying to control for was like all of that traffic, especially the in-house traffic.
Mhm.
But sometimes it's good. So sometimes we'll have like, some students like at the high school who are like, we have a sale that we're raising some money for, but then if they go to their building principal and say, hey, we want to send out an advertisement to the whole body, you approve of that, then we at least have an avenue for that, right? They're just not running around looking for X, Y, or Z. Does anybody got a good paper cutter that they're not using anymore? We get a lot of that kind of stuff at the end of the year where people are trying to get rid of stuff and or get stuff. And,
Right, so do you think implementing a policy that doesn't allow that kind of communication within the organization is gonna hinder or help the organization to be successful and improve communication?
I'm trying to seek a balance, is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
And I don't know the best way to do it, so I'm asking you guys.
I think this is a great start. I think the way that I see it, you could either define mass email, or you could change the phrase mass emails to district-wide emails. That might explain it a little bit more because it's not, even if you have 400 people in Skills USA, that's still not district-wide. It's still the subject or the recipients of the email are part of a subgroup of the district for a specific purpose. You guys got any
But
thoughts?
I'm not saying you shouldn't have it, I'm just
Mhm.
saying, is it such an issue that it needs to be roped in? Or are we just projecting, or like, are we assuming it's gonna get worse and let's just add this in quick to avoid, Miss Stephanie sending out an email to, 600 employees that she needs red pipe cleaner?
Yeah.
I
Well,
just, wondering.
cereal boxes.
yeah.
That's an actual one that, we've seen.
But sometimes you encourage it, right? Based on what they're asking for.
Well, I'm not saying encourage it. I'm saying sometimes we would allow for it depending on what they're asking.
So for a
It's just-
site-wide, it requires administrative.
Well, I'm just saying, if there's a filter of some kind, where a professional is looking to somebody and saying, hey, I realize that we're trying to limit mass emails, but here's some things. If a building administrator says, yeah, those are really good, send them out. Like at least then when it does come as a mass email, right? The person on the other end receiving it knows that at least they got an approval. Then they can take it up with that building principal or whatever else to say, really, this was important for you to send out to everybody. But right now, there are instances where staff members are just like rude to other staff members and they say, well, why are you sending this kind of stuff out? Like, it's just chewing up my inbox and that kind of stuff. I don't want to see that either, because we're all here to help one another, but there are some instances where some people are asking for some things that's like, why is that an email to everybody? So just any way that you guys have that can help us clarify that, that's all I'm looking for is clarity to give to the staff around it so that we can try to solve for the issue. If you guys think, hey, not a big deal, let all emails go, then we'll have that go for a while and I'll bring it back to you if there is, if you want us to take some data around it and say, how many mass emails do we have?
I'd like to hear from a teacher. Dan,
For a former teacher?
yeah,
Were you using emails?
Oh my, oh, wow, yes.
Actually, no.
Yeah, there you go. That's why I asked. It was a question made in good faith, but
That's right.
So
I just don't wanna stop communication is my big concern, cause they, like, I haven't seen the most recent staff survey. But with the one that was last online, communication seems to be something that staff has a problem with.
Mhm.
And do we really wanna further take away their ability to communicate with one another?
And so I think that what this plays into is the two important parts of that paragraph are mass emails and clarity on what mass emails mean. I think district-wide would be a little bit clearer there. And then approval of the site administrator. I think that's going to play into if you have something that you need to send out to people, it's reasonable to say, hey, to the superior in that situation, hey, I want to send this out. Then the flip side is we have to have some standards in place for timely replies on the side of administration. So that's kind of a different discussion, though. Those are separate policies that are actually, I don't know if they're in here today, but we do have separate policies that are about that. And I think that's where that would play in.
So, we're not eliminating your ability to send stuff throughout your building and all that stuff. But when it starts crossing over from one building to another,
Okay,
right?
Mhm.
Those are the things that we're talking about that people are saying, well, why are we getting?
okay, I understand.
Why are, and so those are the ones that I'm talking about that we're trying to think about and control for because our aim is better communication, not hampering communication. But I also don't want what we write to feel like it's hampering someone's communication.
Yeah.
Either. And so that's the balance I'm asking. And I think, our teacher in good faith is asking for it as well.
Mhm.
And all of his emails, even though they were mass, were dedicated
Mhm.
to hit people, and so forth. So
Yeah.
you discourage the mass emails for this reason, right?
Mhm.
And then teachers would understand. There's
Yeah.
no clear reply.
And that's why I would say my only thought is really district-wide instead of mass email makes more sense. Mass just sounds like a lot. District-wide makes it clear. We're talking about going out to multiple schools and for more general discussion or for general attention among the entire district. So what do you think? District-wide instead of mass?
I'm good with that.
And then we'll talk about like administrative reply times and things like that in another section, I think. And then that'll take care of that piece, I think, where there might be some feelings of constriction.
Okay.
Any other thoughts? Dan, Craig, Carl?
No.
Okay. Well, with no further thoughts on that, we can move on to the final section of priority discussions. Item 8, 4162, controlled substance and alcohol policy for employees that transport students.
WSD sponsored.
Oh, geez, I don't know what's going on. I must be double clicking or something. 2340 WUSD sponsored trips. Another thing that was brought up at the last general board meeting. Here we are. This over here. Professional staff member versus certified staff member. There was a question about that language in there. Right off the bat, do you have anything for that, Jared?
Yeah, so this really becomes more of a liability issue.
Mhm.
Where if there is a liability concern and our insurance providers are in the mix, they're going to want to make sure that we have a paid employee in charge of those students. I'm not saying that I, as the paid employee, can't be in charge of the 80 students, but also have help from other people. But that there still needs to be a paid member who's overseeing, or assigned to oversee those. You can have help from a non-paid employees, right?
Mhm.
But to say that volunteer is the only one and then have something happen, we would be leaving that volunteer maybe possibly on their own liability and their own personal liability insurance or homeowners insurance or whatever else, should something happen and they get named if they're not a paid employee,
Gotcha.
right? And I'm trying to protect them as
Mhm.
well as protect the interests of the school and how this is worded.
Yeah.
So
And that kind of led into the next question he asked, and I think that's what he was asking for clarification there. So that makes sense to me. Tammy, what do you think?
No, I understand wanting the,
Professional.
yeah, because it would fall on your school liability insurance or, right, once it's a volunteer situation. It's
Definitely.
a little.
maybe we certainly have stipended individuals that are coaches. They're paid individuals. They will be covered under our liability
Yeah.
insurance,
Mhm.
right? But a true volunteer who has no financial tie to the school district, we don't want to, for their sake, leave them in charge of a crew and something happens and there wasn't any assignment or oversight from a paid employee.
Sure.
That would make it not good situation.
Absolutely. And then he also asked about, he asked for clarification about language implying that WIAA trips would be exempted from overnight trip policies. Do you remember this when he asked about it? I know it was a little, well, actually, it was only last week, wasn't it? Yeah, so that I think kind of falls into the same category, but can you give us a little bit more information about the WIAA trips?
Well,
How that fits in?
Yeah, the way that fits in is sometimes the need and or efficiency for that to happen, because especially in tournament season and everything else, we have to allow for the administrator who's in charge of that, basically the activities person, to help go through that process, and make sure that those arrangements are there. That's the rationale behind it. Most other clubs, activities, sport, they don't have that kind of a nature to it,
Mhm.
where they can go through our approval process, right? And so just trying to keep those two differentiated was the only discussion point or rationale.
Sure. Makes sense
I
to
mean,
me.
I would love to have everybody be under that process, but sometimes it's just not an availability of turnaround to make sure that happens.
Sure, that makes sense to me. Jamie, you got any questions on that?
Mhm.
And then the last item that he brought up with the district sponsored. Oh no, I'm sorry. This was in another one. So yeah, that was that. That clears it up for me. I don't have any further questions there. Um, any other comments? Okay, so then on to H 4162. And again, that was from that staff member at the previous meeting. And his question was about volunteers and drug testing. And I think it was about the maybe ambiguity and omission of language more than it was about the actual language of the policy itself. And it appeared to him that volunteers would be exempt from drug testing according to this policy. Jared, what do you have?
There is no statutory language that supports us mandating a drug test for a volunteer. We can mandate it for all employees. And so that's the difference that you see in the language, and honestly, that's why some school districts tend to try not to do volunteers in this kind of a setting.
Sure.
We are still pretty open to volunteers in this kind of a setting, but we also realize that We can't mandate that for them. That's a liability that you open yourselves up to by allowing the help, right?
Sure.
Otherwise, you say we don't have volunteers and we pay everybody, but I don't know how we're going to do that, and just let them know if you're being paid, you have to, submit to a possible, drug test. But you're not gonna want to put everybody on a payroll just for one night.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense.
And I mean, this is specifically about drivers.
Yeah.
I would think that,
Well, that's what I mean. They can drive for one night, like to that activity and back, and that's the only time they ever do it,
mhm.
right? So,
Right, and you think if it raises to the level of like. They needed to be tested for something, the police would be involved, and the
Exactly.
police would have greater authority than the district to tell the driver,
yes,
hey. Field sobriety, baby.
Sure. Oh, I mean, hopefully it would reach that point. I guess there's an element of making a judgment call on the part of the other members of the district. I suppose if you're going to have a situation where someone's not in a state where they can drive, I would guess that they're not going to be getting into a car without anyone observing it. I mean, even students at that point.
bottom line is we can't mandate
Yeah.
volunteers be drug tested.
Okay, so
And-
it's a law thing.
And yeah, Tammy's right. If there's a issue that pops up or arises, right, and we can't mandate it, we call the police and they can. If they think it's endangering health and safety.
Sure.
In that regard, so.
Okay, makes sense to me. All right. Any other comments, questions, discussion on our priority discussions? Nothing else. We're moving on to section 3, policies for discussion. More policies. First on the docket is Neola Policies Group 1000. Where are we at with that? Does anyone have anything on any of these policies that they would like to discuss?
Yeah. Um. Policy number 1662. The second paragraph,
Mm-hmm.
we have some old title line language in there.
Yep, I noticed that as well. I did have a question about that because there's Title IX and then I can't remember which title it is off the top of my head. I do know that this is about employment. And I think that there might be a different standard there.
Wisconsin standard for employment. In the state of Wisconsin has Title VII, and Title VII still has what you see there.
And that comes from, I can't remember which Supreme Court ruling it was. Was it Bostock? I don't remember. Boston, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, I had the same note though, Craig. I also had on page 2, I'll bounce off of what we're talking about here. We have.
I missed what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry. If we go to page 2 of that policy, of
Okay.
policy 1662,
Yeah.
we have a section talks about bullying. Then in the list, item I says sexual, religious, and racial harassment. And this kind of goes along with what we were talking about in priority discussions. I think that adding political harassment, political to that list, sexual, religious, political, or racial harassment, would be pertinent.
Okay.
And then my second note on there is that we have a paragraph below the list that talks about harassment, including hate speech. The only reason that I bring that up is I think that we have sexual, religious, racial harassment, public humiliation, intimidation, things like that. Hate speech doesn't really have a legal definition, and it gets really dicey with how we define that. I think you're getting into sticky waters when you bring in hate speech. So, my thought was, even with the examples that they're bringing up, some of those are already taken care of under item I. I think that, maybe there's a better way we can go about go about taking care of any situation that would come up like that. Again, under sexual, religious, political, or racial harassment, I think that would be sufficient. Instead of having that paragraph that starts with harassment and then through examples A and B. I would recommend striking those. I don't know if anyone else has any thoughts or to that. Tammy?
I don't see the point for hate speech added to it, given the bullet points, I guess, can you give me something outside of the bullet points that would be considered hate speech that we need to account for?
Mm-hmm. I can.
I'm still trying to find out where it says that.
Oh, sorry, page 2 says bullying, and then there's A through K.
Okay.
And then under K, it says harassment also includes hate speech. The use of language, behavior, or images / symbols that express prejudice against a particular group or groups on the basis of any protected characteristics. Examples are A, making statements that promote violence towards a racial or ethnic group, and B, drawing, displaying, or posting images or symbols of prejudice, e.g. swastikas. Again, I mean, I think that both of those examples are already covered by I, especially if you include political harassment. And I also think that when you're talking about symbols of prejudice, that gets really abstract. I think that you're really getting into personal definition territory, like when we say plainly offensive, like.
So it's saying when you make a statement that promotes violence, as an example, that seems to be a very subjective thing. And
Well, it's saying promoting violence toward a racial or ethnic group. I mean, I would just say that statements that promote violence in general should not be included. If anything, you could add statements promoting violence to A through K.
I'm indifferent. I guess it makes, I think it's a redundant, section.
Yeah. Even then, you could say that falls under B, threats.
Right. I mean, what is the legal standard for some sort of speech that somebody feels instigates a violent reaction? I mean, that seems very big.
Yeah. It seems like not a great piece to have in there. So do we have any objections then to just striking harassment through the end of example B?
I have no objections to that.
Yep, that would be the recommendation there. Sorry, I did have quite a few notes here. Page 3, item C.
Can I?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
So do you want to add for I, since we're adding political, do we want to add ethnic to them?
Racial harassment is already in there. I mean, is racial harassment not the same thing as ethnic harassment?
It's different.
Same thing.
Give me a distinction.
Go ahead, sir.
I'll give you an example.
Mhm.
An ethnicity is Hispanic. They are considered to be white. Their race is white.
Okay, what is the definition of race then? Can you give me a definition for race? Because I'm a little foggy on how all of that has been going on for a while. I don't understand how you arrive at a definition of a particular race.
By the government.
Okay. It's okay. Those are governmental
So like
distinctions.
even a process you follow would be different depending on the.
Process is the same. But if you leave out ethnicity,
Okay.
that is a particular different factor.
Right, somebody can say, that
Irish.
It's not,
Yeah.
it's not based on race. I just don't like them because they're Irish.
Right. It's true.
Sure,
Okay.
it's happened.
Well, I mean, that opens up a whole
Nation.
number of questions about racial harassment. I mean, if race is then determined by government standards, then we're looking at a person is being harassed because of what the government has said that they are, that seems a little silly to me. I understand what you're saying. I understand that Irish and white are not the same thing. If racial just means the color of your skin, it's just when I see the checkoff lists for like race and ethnicity, I guess, on a variety of forms
That's
that
where
I've
I
had
get
to work with.
confused because like it, a lot of times those forms lump them because race and ethnicity together.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I don't have a problem with clarifying racial / ethnic harassment. Um, and adding political in there. That's fine by me. I mean, it'd be nice if the government stopped assigning labels to people
Yeah.
that other people use to abuse them. Sounds like the government's fomenting hate. But yeah, so yeah, that's fine by me. Um, let's see. Any other comments? Also got page 3 and page 4 are two other notes that I took. On page 3, there's boundary invasions. Boundary invasions may be inappropriate or inappropriate. Um, Specifically, I guess this was more of a general comment, but I remember seeing a lot of, when I was a teenager moving into the high school and the middle school, I remember seeing teachers behave in ways that were definitely on the border here. Um, I guess that was always very bothersome to me, and maybe it's a bigger discussion to have at some other point, but how do we determine those things, and how are we taking steps to kind of try to figure out whether or not these things are going on in the district? Because it seemed to me that a lot of students would go along with certain behaviors that are listed here. I never saw item E under boundary invasions per se or anything like that, but I saw a lot of stuff that could be classified here. How are we? I mean, we're relying on the observation of other staff, of students, or of parents to confront boundary invasions. Is that correct?
Not clear on your question.
Just boundary invasions is a really broad. It's a broad category. Seeing things like favoring certain students by inviting them to come to the classroom at non-class times. I saw a lot of that when I was in high school, even 10 years ago. Sometimes I saw teachers that could have been being too touchy with students, but one of the problems that came up was as a student, you don't necessarily know where the boundary is there. So what's the kind of I guess what's the methodology by which we determine those things? Because I would hate to think that these things are going on, that we have policy in place that states that it's inappropriate, as we should, but that these things are kind of continuing onwards because we don't have accountability, proper accountability measures in place, if that makes sense. It's just when I was reading through it, it made me realize that, a lot of that stuff can really slip by the wayside. Because I saw a lot of teachers engaging in behavior like that was probably not very good when I was in school.
So, the idea behind the list is this, that it's not an exhaustive list, but we need it to be expansive enough to allow teachers and students, right, staff and students to understand that there's appropriate lines of this. And some of those you can look at and say, well, how is that inappropriate? Well, you only figure that out by process of investigation, right?
Yeah.
And some of that has to go with, different patterns of behavior, intent, all of those things that can be uncovered within an investigation. But students and staff need to know, like ideas of these things so that they can, if they feel like they're being infringed upon, right, in one of these manners, they can say something.
Gotcha.
Right. And that will prompt an investigation. So we want people to understand there are ways by which, these boundary evasions can happen.
Sure. Okay. That makes sense. And you can report it to, the building principal or the superintendent or a compliance officer. Our compliance officer is the, officers like from the police department that we have in the building, or how do you define?
In general, our compliance officers would be either Mr. Bull or Miss Brady, right?
Yeah.
And you, I think, Sarah, right?
Okay.
You're,
Gotcha.
the finance officer, right?
Okay. Awesome. All right. Thank you for clarifying my question. I know it was a really broad one, but
What's that?
Online, she goes, Brady, Burger's online. Right there.
Yes.
all right. Well, thank you for answering my question. I know it was a pretty open-ended one. Then under page 4, there's a list of different types of harassment. This goes with my earlier comment. I think adding political harassment as a category would be good. I think that it would line up most closely with religious parentheses creed harassment. So if we could put political harassment in there.
Where's that one?
It's in page 4. There's a list of different.
What,
Yeah.
which letter?
Oh, no, underneath the letters, after the struck text end of boundary invasions option. It says religious parentheses creed harassment. That's where the list of different kinds of harassment comes in.
So I'm gonna have to work with our attorney on
Mhm.
what a definition of political harassment is.
Yeah.
What kinds of things are you thinking of when you say political harassment, so I can work out a definition with them?
I think, this goes along with making politically provocative statements towards or around people in the district, around other staff members in the district, or around students. Yeah. Mhm.
Staff, students, administration.
Yeah, I mean, essentially making negative statements on school grounds regarding political views, political campaigns, or social issues, social cultural issues.
Okay, so let's take a topic like abortion, political topic. People harassing one another, whether for or against,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
That topic, that would be considered something that we need to not, we would need to have an investigation on it. If somebody came in and said, hey, they're coming after me because I'm pro-abortion,
Mhm.
we would have to look into that. Same with anti-abortion.
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
And that reminds me of a number of years ago, there was a teacher, a number of years ago, there was a teacher in the district who a student had written a paper from the perspective of a pro-life position, and the teacher had written on their paper, you're horrible, you're a fascist, you're a Nazi, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it seems like that was not really taken care of. That seems like really, really serious to do. Again, like I said, this was a number of years ago. I'm not talking about at present necessarily, but that was a very severe instance. So that happens to be in that scenario, but it would be equally wrong for a teacher to treat a student that way if the positions were reversed. And so, yeah, that would be a very good example of political harassment.
Anybody else have anything else they want to add to that as I still trying to make sure we got a good definition there?
I've got nothing to add to that. Dan?
I'm not on the committee.
You can speak at the committee.
I know. I'm assuming they're all that.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
I do have a question about
Yeah.
your 1662. So we've already passed first and second read of the support staff and professional staff anti-harassment. So we're gonna have to make those changes.
We would have to, if
Yeah,
we make
'cause
any
this is-
changes to this one, we have to go back and make
Yeah,
the changes.
Because this is the human resources policies
Gotcha.
for
that-
administration.
Right, that cover those, we already made the changes in those, so if we
Yep.
make changes in this one, we have to
We
go
have to
back
make
and
it.
call those back up and remake those, but that's fine.
All righty. Moving on to Neola Policies Group. Neola Policies 2000, if no one else has any
The
other
rest of the
comments.
1000s can go to first read.
Yes, I don't have anything else for the 1000s. Tammy, you got anything?
Basically 1662 is the action item.
1662 is the action item for me. Craig, do you have anything else on the 1000s before we move on?
No.
Because I know you were in here for a while. The rest of them seemed fairly straightforward to me. Alrighty. Anyone got any particular items out of the 2000s that they would like to address right away? Okay, Craig, yeah, all right, go right ahead.
25, 22.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Library media centers.
Mhm.
Might suggest that the committee maybe pull this one out at some point. Because there's nothing in here. I mean, it says that the plan shall be reviewed periodically. It says the board shall adopt a long-range plan for media services. Developed by the teachers and libraries, which shall be reviewed periodically. When's the last time we reviewed any type of a plan?
Just this year.
We did?
Just services.
Services, okay. But it was just, okay, so, when it comes to reconsideration of the school library materials, so it seems to allow for, you know, complaint or concern, by parents or whatnot to make that request. And then it gets reviewed and really the board never hears about it.
Right, who's doing the reviewing?
Right,
It doesn't say in the policy, who's reviewing that?
it does. This is a reconsideration committee will be appointed by the district administrator upon receipt of formal complaint, which shall consist of 1, for building level administrator, 2, a teacher, and 5, 2 members of the community, library media specialist, high school student selected by WHS, and 1 board member. So is that new? Or does that just carry over from old policy?
I don't remember exactly how closely it fit our last policy, but I think that was pretty close.
What we did was model it after the curriculum concern. Also, when I took a look at this, we looked at 93 10, I believe it is. Is that right? 9130, I'm sorry. On page 2 of this, under reconsideration of school library materials,
Yeah.
end of that first paragraph says governed on 9130. And we looked at what the recommendations of 9130 were and attempted to parallel this process, what was outlined in 9130. So they'd be matching.
Okay. So then,
So the board member that's normally included in ed services then, is that who?
We could even make it the ed services chair if you want.
Yeah, I think that could be sensible. It seems like a good solution to me. I also thought that number 5 in that list, 2 members of the community, would perhaps be better suited to being the persons making the request. To be part of that review. The person or persons making that
You don't
request.
want the person who's challenging the request to be part of the solution of the request.
Well, I think that you're going to have a library media specialist who's approving the books that are in the library. So you're going to have someone there who is, so to speak, defending the presence of the book. I think that having that library media specialist and a teacher who may or may not be defending the presence of the book, you end up not necessarily having anyone there who counters the fact that you have people who are hand selecting or approving of books entering into the system in the first place.
Determines the community members also.
Appointed by the district administrator. So the district administrator is how it's currently written. I also thought that it may be better to have that be a board appointment instead of a district administrator. Not that I don't appreciate you, but I think that it might be better seen.
Or is it any district administrator? Okay,
Well, usually it means superintendent, but
okay.
we've been changing it to be superintendent. This could say superintendent or their designee. I would generally have the administrator who's in charge of library media specialists run that.
Okay.
Because here's the thing, where we can set up a process of, like, I'm not happy with this decision and I want it reviewed by somebody, then it would come to me. And I would have to,
The appeal.
right, I would have to see overwhelming evidence to turn it over, but there may be overwhelming evidence to turn it over, right? Where we can have that. In this instance, that would be Mr. Bull, right? He's in charge of library media specialist. He would be that person to set the committee and pick at random different community members, have the chair of the committee. And Sam, not always in our district, right? We're big enough that we have multiple library media specialists. So Jason would most likely pick one of the library media specialists in a library that this doesn't affect.
Sure.
Right. And so if it's a secondary material, you'd probably pick an elementary library media specialist and vice versa, to sit on the council. So it's not the person who brought the material into the building.
Sure, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. I still feel that two members of the community seems like an interesting ask. That seems to me a little unusual. It doesn't seem directly relevant. How are those two members chosen? Are they chosen out of a hat? Are they chosen for any specific purpose? That's why I'm saying it seems to me like it would make more sense to have it be the person or persons making the request.
And why student?
I was going to ask that next. If if a book like
Book that a parent is bringing up, why would a high school student weigh in on that? Like, I could see a high school student on high school content.
But even then, I mean, like, so if I'm like, oh, I find what is it called? All Boys Aren't Blue or something like that. If I find a book of that nature and I read it and I'm like, that's not appropriate for my kid. Is it really in our best interest to be like, oh, let's pick another high school student and let's have them read this book that their parent may or may not be okay with them reading? And if the parent is okay with them reading it, is that really an unbiased, selection?
And kind of putting that child in a predicament. I assume that this would be, somebody would know this kid would be involved in potentially saying, let's get this book off the shelf. Do we really want to put them in that predicament? I'm asking if this is common practice.
I'm here to hear your and help implement. We're giving you, ideas. If you have lots of hear from them, I'm okay with that. Just let us know what it is.
Yeah, what's up, Craig?
Model policies 22 and 23 pertain to library materials and parental rights. My suggestion was to the committee to maybe pull this out and have a further discussion along those particular lines, especially on the front of library material, library transparency, where the materials in the library are publicly published and annually provided to the board, and that sort of thing. There's perhaps maybe a discussion there also when it comes to whether or not a parent would like to allow their kids to read certain materials, and then on the flip side of the coin, may not want their child to read certain materials. Perhaps maybe there's a mechanism by which that can occur, so that it's not a discussion of necessarily removing books, but I do believe that there's going to probably be some instances where there are completely age inappropriate books in a library, but then there's other instances where if a parent feels their child could read that material, that they have the right to allow their child to read that material.
Yeah. And I mean, is the school district the place where that material is made available to a child if the parent wishes that the material is made available to the child. That seems, I mean, perhaps the library, like the public library or something like that might be a better placement there. I do think that there is a lot going on. I agree with you that perhaps this would be best pulled out and discussed in greater detail, pulling it alongside model policies 22 and 23.
Not to throw a wrench in everything,
Mhm.
but to the extent that we're gonna get into a larger discussion on this, and that you think that there may be a deeper need to really get into that. We also have like classroom libraries that are curated by each teacher,
Mhm.
right? Those don't have the oversight even of a librarian,
Mhm.
and or a check-in and out process like that.
Well, right,
I mean, I know my son has gone to your wife's classroom over and over and over. And I don't necessarily know what's in her library.
right.
I can't go onto Skyward and see that he checked out something, those kinds of things. So my question resides with like, what are we trying to think about and or control for, so that we have some of those discussions.
Explicit content, Jared.
Mhm.
Right.
That's what we're attempting to.
And just because,
And that's in a library, as far as I'm concerned, that's in a library where I can go and search the book, or in a teacher curated library. They should not be bringing anything that would be considered explicit or a soft
Well, I think what
extracurriculars.
I think what I'm hearing, Jared say is that if we're going to have a discussion about, published materials in the library, then maybe we should also happen to have a discussion around whether or not materials at the, the classroom level are also lumped in that particular category.
yeah, and maybe we need a method of ensuring that, that doesn't, that it doesn't occur on the classroom level either. And that is a pretty big discussion, but I do think that we owe it to people to have that happen. I know that when I was in school, when I was in high school, and beside the point that it does talk about ages of 16 instead of 18, but when I was in school under the age of 18, there were teachers that were certainly willing to give books to students that their parents would not have approved of them reading. And I had teachers give me books that I think most people's parents would not have been okay with. Again, I'm talking about 10 years ago, but I don't know I don't know that it's different these days. So figuring out how we encounter that or how we counter that, and do our due diligence to parents who want to make sure that they have the say in their child's life is important. Yeah.
I think the best way to handle it would be to prevent certain books from coming in the first place.
Mhm.
But if you're the media specialist, librarian has to order books for next year. This one won a Caldecott Award or whatever. It's recommended for, and so obviously she can't read all the books that are coming in.
Well, we'll have to talk about where we get our recommendation lists from, certainly. This is really something that's almost worth a discussion in and of itself on a separate day at a separate time,
Absolutely.
because it's so major. Like many of the discussions we've had tonight, there are many elements that weave themselves together. So perhaps we can call a subcommittee meeting with someone who's an overarching media specialist.
And I also want to put one more topic out there. And I'm going to use a word that some people think is political, and I'm not sharing it as a political term. I'm just saying whenever you are talking about an allowed group of text or not, people will throw the word censorship out there,
Mhm.
right? And I'm not using it in a political term, but if we are going to censor or make judgments on materials, right? We have to have a discussion and be pretty explicit about it. You may have remembered a couple of community members when this topic came through, I don't know, about a year and a half ago, said, well, the Bible itself has some explicit language in it in certain sections. Would we say that that's something that a student shouldn't check out? Or
Can
we
they
wouldn't
check
want
out
in our
a
library?
Bible?
What?
Can they check out a Bible in public school? I'm asking, I don't know.
Right.
Can they? I guess probably
I have
not.
to double check. I haven't looked myself, but I wouldn't, I would say like, if they're going to do that, you know, are they going to be able to check out religious material? Right?
I don't believe our school district
Are there
provides
other-
religious material.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
Right?
they,
What?
every kid has a computer or access to it, they
Right.
could go anywhere.
Well, I mean,
Well,
and
yes, but there's a difference between a child seeking that out and it readily available on the school shelves. There's a difference
Okay.
between that.
just, yeah, just because if I have a kid and my kid can go out and get drugs, doesn't mean I should give drugs to my kid.
Okay.
Right? But I definitely hear what's being said. I completely agree. I think that those things need to be discussed. I think that having that discussion in greater detail on its own, similar to what we're doing with human growth development and curriculum review, is probably for the best because this is a bigger, more tangled issue that has quite a number of aspects to it. Any other comments on the 25-22 library before we move on though?
So
To set a separate meeting?
no, that just making sure that we capture that action item. You have that, Lynn? Right.
To pull a subcommittee meeting together regarding the library media centers.
Mhm.
And we're gonna pull that out for more discussion.
Yes, thank you.
Sam,
What's up, Carl?
story.
Yeah.
My mother wasn't too happy when I brought Mein Kampf home.
Wow. You got more context, or is that the end of your story?
It's the end of the story.
I take it that it wasn't a very compelling read.
See the book?
It's enormous.
It's a tough book to read.
Yeah, well. The little I know about the philosophical work he was building himself off of, he wasn't exactly building off of people who try to make themselves easy to understand. So if it was that guy writing with that ego, I'd imagine it was darn near impenetrable.
As long as you didn't wear a t-shirt with, you know, the author's name on it.
Well, provocation versus trying to understand, you know, I think there's a lot of value in trying to understand where bad people come from.
I think there's probably, you know, if you're talking about libraries and materials, there may be context
Mhm.
to have a discussion about that book.
Yeah.
You know, and other, you know, like the Communist Manifesto
Mhm.
or things of that nature when it comes to the context of social studies class or history or whatnot. But
Yeah, typically the evaluation is made on whether or not there is merit in the document that provides for its that provides value for its explicit content. That's usually what they talk about. But again, we are talking generally about explicit content. We're not talking about philosophical content, things of that nature. You know, I think the better example would probably be, are you going to carry works of philosophy by Michel Foucault, who writes some really out there stuff that I think a lot of parents wouldn't be okay with their kids reading. The problem is that it's a philosophical work, and whether or not a philosophical work is protected for that purpose gets a little bit stickier. So that's where a discussion would have to happen. But I mean, again, we could talk about this for another 5 hours probably.
Right. I mean, we get into specific works of poetry, right? There are people who, you know, have explicit things within poetry.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
And they are even using explicit language. They're using figurative language to get to the same meaning. And, you know, the question is like, that's why we have to have a review process, right?
Mhm.
No,
Yeah,
and that's
absolutely,
what we
absolutely.
need to think about.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. That being said, let's move on as long as no one has any objections. And let's talk about 26-23. Everyone's all right with that. This is about student assessments. Assessing student needs in the curriculum. Is this just about state requirement tests, or is this about tests kind of across the board, both state required and just decided on by the district?
Mr. Moore, I'll let you handle that.
We really approach this as a state required piece with some consideration for like interim assessments such as STAR. But we had a conversation about it. We really wouldn't think about like formative assessment. If that makes sense. An example would be teachers do an exit slip in their classroom to get some formative assessment. That we wouldn't expect that to show up in Skyward, for example.
Sure. So it's anything that's more of like a district level assessment, either a building or district
Benchmark
Sure.
type assessment.
Okay, that makes sense. This would not apply to like surveys about political opinions and things like this. This is about reading aptitude, mathematics aptitude, and we make the content of those assessments available to the parents. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. I don't have any further questions on that. Although I would say that again, as I was talking about earlier, anything that isn't state mandated or required by the state, I think that we should move in the direction of being an opt-in model instead of an opt-out model for parents. I think that I understand the difficulties. I've talked to a number of the staff and other people in the district about the difficulties of having people opt in. But I think that especially since we are moving to, as we discussed at one of the recent meetings, since we're moving to a more of a centralized communication platform, what was it called again? Rooms. I think that it's going to be a lot easier for us to make sure that that happens. And I do think that it's in the best interest of the families in the district that we move to opt in.
I'm willing to try that. If it gets to the point where we're seeing a huge number of students whose communication did not get back to us, realize that that will change dramatically our ability to help them and or to track data as cohorts and other things.
Yeah.
And so I'll just be coming back to you at that point in time and saying, here's some data. We can continue on this path or not, but if we continue on this path, then maybe we need to think about doing something different with our cohort data or not even track it at all if we should have good data.
Sure. Yeah, that sounds like a plan to me. Yeah, if you can bring that back to us. And I think that no reply versus specifically opting out is quite a different thing. Just not assuming that someone opts in. If that makes sense.
No, it didn't make sense.
So
you're saying they opt in, they have to tell us, yes, we want our child to take the test. Outside of that, that means they don't.
Are we able to have a two option selection? Yes, I do want my child to take the test. No, I don't want my child to take the test. Are we able to have it formatted like that where it doesn't automatically get assumed that they approve of their child taking the test? Unless
what are you going to do with a non-response? Are you going to assume yes or are you going to assume no?
I would assume no in that case, but I would still mark it as a non-response.
Okay.
So when in doubt, don't administer a test that a parent doesn't approve of, but you can still mark that for your internal records.
Then truly you don't need a no. I mean.
No, because I think it still clarifies whether a person is saying, no, I do not, versus a parent just not responding. If a parent doesn't respond, you can reach out and say like, hey, did you receive this notice? And so the problem is that, so again, it was a different kind of survey, but I think that the same principle applies. I'll be with you in just a moment.
Sure.
Because you're probably thinking similar to me. But with the political survey, what happened is parents got an email, it got buried in their email inbox, which happens to a lot of us, like we were talking about earlier, and then their child was going to be administered the survey. And if it hadn't been talked about in an early enough date, that probably would have happened to quite a number of parents. And so I would rather have, and I think, based on what the community says, we would rather have it where we don't administer something without the consent of the parents, without the express consent of the parents. So sorry, Craig, go ahead.
I think we're talking about two different things.
Mhm.
Policy 2623 is, dealing with student achievement and curriculum. That's essential work product of what we do in our district to, determine whether or not a child is, on par with their course. So, that I think if we're going to have a general discussion about opt-in versus opt-out, I would suggest that that's a larger board discussion. Because I don't know if everybody's on the same page about that idea, but that's just what I've heard. So, but as far as surveys are concerned, in general, I'm with you. When it comes to student assessment, I think it's kind of essential, an essential function of what we do in the school district. So, an opt-in for taking a test, I think that would be kind of counterintuitive.
I think there are some tests that the state gives that our parents can choose to.
Well, one would be the forward. If parents don't have to take that, you don't have to take the forward exam.
That's an opt-out, not that.
Okay?
Well, and these are, yeah, and what it currently is set up is as an opt-out. You can opt out of any of these tests, I believe, according to what this policy says. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
You're only talking about students, though. You're not talking about parent surveys, or are you?
Well, I'm just talking about the policy.
Surveys at all, we're talking about.
We're talking about assessments.
Policy and
Yeah.
assessment.
Which are,
I get that, but I mean, previously you were talking about opt-in versus opt-out. We don't have to do opt-in with parents, do we?
with parents in what context?
Well, at the end of the year, we're surveying parents
Mhm.
to see what they feel about the way this year went for their child. Okay,
Mhm.
there's really no threat to that parent.
Well, them opting out is just not answering the survey.
Right.
It's a little bit different when the survey is being administered to the child in class, for sure. I mean, I guess what I see is I see a growing number of parents who, unless it is mandated by law, would prefer that their child is not utilized as a date. That's what I've heard more or less in various words. I understand it. I understand that this is academic. Believe me, Craig, I totally get it. I'm not saying that academic tests have the social and cultural things going on that certain other surveys might have. But I do think that there is a general sentiment, even among the academic tests, where parents are uncomfortable with these things.
Where we have to be careful though, Sam, is if you say, hey, you have to voice whether or not you opt in for the forward exam, nobody's gonna take it. And then we're in a situation where that drastically skews the data by which our whole entire district is evaluated. So we have to kind of look at it on a case by case basis, if you will. I think I do agree with you that not all parents are going to want to have their child take that particular assessment, and they have every right to opt their child out of those assessments. But in this particular case, if we think that, I think that there's valid reason to we keep assessments as opt out.
I completely hear you where you're coming from, but what it comes down to in my mind is when you say they have every right to opt their child out, if they would wish to opt their child out, and the only reason that they don't is because they aren't privy to that information because the information is not adequately presented to them, that is functionally taking away their agency and taking away that right to opt their child out inadvertently. Because the only thing that's keeping them is the lack of information, the information that they've lost, which is the comparison to the political survey from a month or so ago.
I'm not following you. I'm sorry, I don't, because a survey is very much different from an assessment, a test,
Mhm.
you know, and I think that you could feasibly say that a parent can opt their child out of any particular assessment. And that may affect that child's grade. And the state to say that the forward exam isn't mandatory is not accurate. It is a mandatory test that we administer. Um, when we, if we opt out of that, you know, I think that sends the, if we opt in, I should say, that sends the wrong message. That when all of our teachers are trying to make sure that the students are going to take that particular assessment seriously, and every effort is made to try to make sure that they're all set up for success before taking that, and then all of a sudden you say, well, you don't have to take it. I think that sends the wrong message.
Yeah, I just don't know how to reconcile those 2 points. It seems to me to be a gray area and a little bit of a tough spot. I don't know. Tammy, what are your thoughts on that? I understand we're talking about tests here. I understand that we're not talking about surveys. It just seems to be part of the same overall discussion. And if a parent has a right to opt their to not have their child undertake something, at what point does a lack of information take away that? Does a lack of information infringe on that right?
So the state law addresses the forward in this way, and I'm not talking all assessments, but that parents have the right to opt their child out, but it's a mandated test. They don't opt in.
Mm-hmm.
For if that's clarity or not for you guys, I don't know.
Like the state law writes it as default, everybody takes it unless the parent opts them out.
Unless the parent specifically asks. So, I mean, at the end of the day, maybe this is a discussion that needs to be had about communication and about ensuring that communication comes across more clearly to parents. Because I don't think that this is the last time we're going to talk about the difficulty of ensuring that we're not accidentally infringing on parents' rights due to communication. And like I said, accidentally infringing. I'm not talking about anything purposeful. And of course, as we've talked about, this is academic testing. It's still an important subject, and I've heard so much about it over the last year from so many people, and I just want to make sure we're not letting that slip through the cracks. But yeah, I don't have any particular changes outside of that. That's one thing that I would like to see, but that's probably going to require greater board discussion and maybe discussion with planning and some other committees as well. Okay.
Yes, and I think in my opinion, assessments are different than surveys, permission slip forms, research that happens in the school classroom, those kinds of things. What I mean by research is like UW comes in and does research or whatever. I mean, they're obviously not going to do an opt out. They're going to do an IRB process where you have to opt in, right? And parents have to be fully aware of what the study's aims are and all that stuff, right? Those things happen in education all the time. And so, you know, looking at what it is that you guys want us to aim more towards opt-in versus opt-out on is important. But I do think there's a distinction between that and our academic programming and assessment of students.
Sure. I definitely understand where you're coming from. I think there's,
You don't have to agree.
No, I mean, and it's not even a super strong disagreement. I just think that there's some nuance there, and I think that we're going to have to find a unique solution for that, where we make sure that we're not mistreating the responsibility that we're given as a district and as a board. Yeah. Any other comments? I have one more on school counseling, academic career planning, and then I'm out of the 2000s. Does anyone else have anything to say about the student assessment for that though? Oh, thanks. 2411. The only thing is on page 1, paragraph 3, so that's below below list A, B, or A through F. It starts with academic and career planning services. This is similar to a previous discussion point that we had maybe a month or so ago. Just the change of language in that last sentence of that paragraph starts with the WUSD shall involve parents in each school year regarding which academic and career planning services their child will receive. I was just thinking that each school year, parents shall decide which academic and career planning services their child will receive might, carry the message of parents being in the driver's seat a little bit better. Does anyone have any?
The distinction between that's really.
So again, this is similar to a previous discussion that was had about policy, in a separate policy. The WUSD shall involve parents. If I'm going on a vacation and I involve you in that vacation, it sounds like I'm making the plan and you're coming along with me. That's what it sounds like if I involve you in my vacation.
Okay.
But if we say each school year, parents shall decide which academic and career planning services their child will receive, I think the language is clearer. What's up, Craig?
The trouble with that is, if a particular course has been filled up or no longer available for whatever particular reason, then a lot of times a student may be placed in a particular different course offering, and therefore by saying they will decide, that kind of.
Sure. I understand.
Believe me, as a parent, I'd love you to give me the rights to the checkbook and decide whatever I want for my kid. I'd love that, but the reality is we can't do that.
Mhm.
Fiscally responsible is not that.
Generally speaking, my children, since being in this district, have worked with student services to like pick their schedule for the next year.
Sure.
And I think that's good, giving children some accountability as far as it goes too, because one would assume that the course content is not going to be of, anything very to cause any conflict, right?
Mhm.
But I mean, since 6th grade, my children would pick their own, if they wanted to go to band or if they wanted to learn an instrument or
Mhm.
if they wanted to take, college level courses to, test for college.
And I don't, for one particular reason, believe that if there's a particular course selection that a child made, like if they signed up for like 3 Phi Ed classes one particular year, the parent, and they needed to be a little bit more challenged, parents probably going to get involved, so.
Yeah, I suppose maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it seems like this is about a lot more than just course selection. This sounds like it's about, this is not really about course selection. This sounds like it's about, the phrase career planning is in there. That's
Right.
very different,
Well,
academic and career
yeah.
planning. So this is more about the services that are provided through the school counselor and
No.
Is not.
school counseling and
Sarah, why
academic
don't
and career
you
planning.
give
Yeah,
an
sure,
overview?
go ahead.
So freshman through senior year, there is an actual plan for every freshman, sophomore, junior, and
Mhm.
senior, in which I'll give you an example. Senior year, they're learning how to write resumes. This is done in regular classrooms. Every senior is going through those pieces. It is well written, it's well documented. Every single freshman has particular pieces that they go through. Same thing with sophomores, juniors, and seniors to prepare them for life outside of us, whether it is college, career, life, or military ready.
Mhm.
And so it is the student's choice. A lot of the times they're looking at a different pathway or career, and those particular pieces ready them for that.
Sure.
But it is an absolute plan. We have a website, we have everything.
And we did change from inform to involve. I'm as strong of a parent advocate as anybody in this room. And I do believe that parents should be more involved in that process
Mhm.
and not just along on vacation, right? And so actively involve parents, but I also know that we cannot just turn over all educational decision making to individual parents. We do not have the resources to do that. I mean, we can't have them have any choice to everything and anything that they want available to them.
And we have to have some faith that high school level students, Sam, can, you know.
Yeah, I think that I understand what you're saying, but I think that when you leave room for parents to not be involved, things quickly get difficult, not just for parents, but also for the district. So, and I do hear where you're coming from, the difference between inform and involve completely.
Yes.
I'm not
And I also want to say
pushing
this, like,
that.
I don't want to stop a child's education just because the parents can't get themselves to a place where they can be involved.
And is so again, I'm a little unclear about this because this is their academic and career planning services. These are classes that they're taking. These are classes that they're taking. They're not.
No, I mean, no, it's integrated within the classes.
Gotcha.
But here's the thing. There are some parents who just can't or don't show up.
Mhm.
I'm just being honest. There are students here that go through and they don't have parents
Mhm.
who can or will show up. What I mean by can is that maybe that they themselves have either a medical disability or a mental health disability or something. They just can't help show up for their kid,
Mhm.
right? I don't want us to stop because they can't help make decisions or won't help make decisions because sometimes they won't show up. So I need us to be as flexible as we can, ensuring that I know what we all want. We all want every parent to show up, right? And be there and help be supportive for their children and help make those decisions. But the reality is sometimes they're not.
Mhm.
You write a policy that says they have to. I'm all stop until some parent by law
Mhm.
shows up, parent or guardian.
Yeah. I understand where you're coming from. I suppose what I'm trying to find is a solution to the dual-sided issue that I've heard about from both
Yep.
teachers and from parents, which is a parent saying, I feel like I'm not involved in my child's education, and teachers saying, I feel like the parents aren't involved in their child's education. And both sides seem to want more of that. And how we bridge that gap. I don't know. Maybe we work on a mixture of communication and incentivizing parents to be involved in the case of parents who may not show up, maybe alternative modes of communication, alternative opportunities for them to be involved. We can talk about those things. I do hear what you're saying though. So okay, fair enough. Yeah.
May I make a suggestion then?
Yeah.
The district shall involve parents in each school year in academic and career planning services their child receives. When at all practical or something to that effect, as much as practical.
Well, I think we do.
Mhm.
We involve them and we communicate information out to all of our families.
Right.
And I think it's important to do so, right? So I don't want to put, impracticality in there because I want them to continue to do that at all times.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I know that they do. And the students really are at that secondary level, they're in the driver's seat
Right.
of what they're doing with their parents' involvement and then with the support of the school, right? This is what you want, mom, is this what you want for your child? And they're like, yeah, I'm fully supportive and this is how we're going to get you there.
Right.
So I think keeping that as we are doing this, right? We are going to continue doing it, not in all practicality, just we're going to do it, is important.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The term involve is trying to bring that into play without creating a wooden and unachievable standard that you guys are then held to, and it gets difficult.
And I will say our parents are for the most part, very supportive of their children's decisions and what they want to do.
Yeah.
And, listen to their kids and are very supportive of those supports that their children are receiving, because it's life skills at this point. It's how are we going to get a
Oh,
job?
yeah.
How do we do an interview? What do you say? How do you prepare yourself? What are the next steps for military? How do you get all of that information together? They're making decisions that when they leave us will impact their lives, but our society too. And so we need to make sure we're doing our best to get them there.
Yeah.
And to understand, we've had counselors go do door knocks.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like we're just sending them an email and say, oh, you didn't show up.
Mhm.
You know, I just want everybody to be aware of our standards are high to try to involve parents.
Mhm. Well, maybe we can find a way to cut a little bit off on each side, so to speak, of the frustration that goes on, and we can figure out a solution that kind of clears a lot of this up for you guys. Okay, that was my last note on that. Anyone else got anything on the 2000s?
Nope.
Nope. Okay, on to item C, WUSD policies with no Neola match. Jared, you got any comments on that?
Well, Lynn and I sat through a list, and you can see in our notes section some of the work that we're looking to either recommend to keep, recommend not to keep, and I think there's only one maybe that was not keep, right, Lynn?
Correct.
And then some that are recommended to just be administrative guidelines, not necessarily policy. And as you know, starting July 1 through December, we're going to try definition of administrative guidelines, all of those templates that come through for the ones that we didn't already have. If it was really, really important to have the administrative guideline, we finished that along with the policy adoption in the last year, a year and a half. So this is a list of those that we're recommending to keep. And one we're not recommending to keep, and then the rest that are administrative guidelines. The one we're not recommending to keep is that news media relations 1130.
And is there anything else that's taking its place, or does it just have no relevance to the district?
I didn't say no relevance. I just, I think, I don't know that we're big enough that we absolutely need a policy. I mean, it's us and one news media outlet here in town. I don't know that we have to have a policy that governs that.
Gotcha. Okay. Let me check it out really
If we did have a policy that governs it, I don't even know what you guys would want. Either way, I'm not recommending we keep this one. If you want one, I think we should start from scratch and say, what do we want to have as a news media policy? But this is an old policy that's been on the book.
Sure. I hear what you're saying. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Makes sense to me. What do you think, Tammy?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay, cool. Alrighty. If there are no other notes on that item, we can move on to the next. D, Neola policies, 5,000. Any comments to start on the 5,000s? Tammy, Greg, Dan?
Yes. Policy, first one, 5111, eligibility of non-resident, non-resident students. I think this is,
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I think that this may also have to mention something to the effect of something about eCampus. Because, does it?
Because they're going to be either resident or non-resident open enrolled. But then there is a section that we have that deals with our international students, which are there, and where do we have that piece in
Jay,
here?
you have.
Yeah, bottom of page 1. Foreign students participating in
Yeah,
bona
Jay,
fide exchange program.
foreign students participating in a bona fide foreign exchange program. No, not that. There was a um, non-resident other than open enrolled.
Okay,
There's that piece in here.
P. Non-resident students may be accepted into the program under the part-time or full-time open enrollment programs. Is that what you're looking for?
No, there's a, right, R.
Oh, yeah, it's in
Non-resident
green, yeah.
students other than open enrolled students may enroll in grades kindergarten through 11 only with board approval.
so that's a different, I guess that's probably a different, aspect that I was, going after. I was looking at it from the lens of the resident student that happens to be attending campus and, decides to transfer schools from one, entity to another entity.
What does that mean?
So, one of the things that we might want to be aware of is if we're transferring students from building, so to speak, to building, then we run into a slew of issues when it comes to where they are being officially classified. And the reason I say that, what do I mean? Well, okay, if you don't have a student that's participating in eCampus in any particular meaningful way, and then has to transfer back into the high school, let's just say.
Yeah.
Now they might not be an 11th grader. So, because of their lack of participation for whatever case. And now we end up assessing them under the forward. Before we weren't able,
So let me walk through that kind of scenario with you.
sure,
Let's say there is a student who attends eCampus, right, and becomes truant in eCampus, doesn't
Right.
show up, doesn't do work, and therefore earns a failing grade,
right,
right? We still have our promotion policy that dictates that student, no matter what building they're in. If they go from there to Endeavor to the high school, right? Unless there is a rationale to have them held back through our promotion policy, right? Those grades carry with them from one building to another within our enrollment. And you can't change enrollment of a student that is a resident student because they have the right to attend
sure,
public school unless they're expelled,
right.
right? And so I am trying to figure out and have a solution for what your concern is.
So is that, do we? So your take on it is because they're enrolled in the district. That doesn't really, it doesn't apply to this particular policy.
What I'm saying is, as a resident of the school district,
Yeah,
we can't bar them from enrolling, right? And we can't change their grade level assignment. First, let's talk about barring them from enrolling. The way we can do that is through two means, which is expulsion that happens, or what? Go ahead, say it.
We make determinations based on IEPs as well.
Right.
And the services and supports that are available either through eCampus or not through eCampus. And so sometimes that's not the best placement for a student.
So, right, but I'm strictly speaking regular ed student.
Yep.
But you're right, IAPs, everybody knows that.
Yeah.
That's a whole entity on itself. But if we have an agreement that they're not going to attend, right? A deferral agreement. That's the only way we can not enroll them, right? When we enroll them, they have to be enrolled at the grade age level that they're supposed to be, unless there is something in their file that says that they were withheld from a grade level, right? And that has to go through the process outlined in our promotion and retention policy. If they were retained, that's where we would enroll them in the appropriate grade level. Without that distinction, they will be enrolled in the grade level that they are supposed to be attending by age and how they've gone through the system.
so I guess I'm trying to understand what if this policy is just void of a particular mechanism by which a student is prevented potentially from deciding to enroll in a regular classroom and then switch back to eCampus and then switch back to the regular program.
I can do that.
Maybe we shouldn't do that. Why would we allow that to happen?
Well, we do have a lot of meetings around when those transitions happen, right? We don't just let any student go, I want to be at Schurz today, Douglas tomorrow, and Webster the next day, and then, oh, I made a mistake, I want to go back to Schurz. Those happen with a lot of conversations with the administration, the parents, and so on.
Okay,
Right? So it's not just like you're explaining that willy-nilly, I can just decide whichever school I can go, right? We have placement decision yet,
okay.
right? And so we would have those placement decision discussions with the family, the teaching staff, administration, to talk about what's the best placement for the child.
Is that not what this policy does?
No, this policy talks specifically about where kids can enroll or not enroll. And who's allowed to enroll and who's not allowed to enroll.
So why wouldn't
Into the district,
into the district?
not where they're placed.
Okay,
Okay, placement decisions are other decisions that we talk about with parents.
okay,
For instance, when I first came to the school district, they wanted to know, they knew where Ryan was going because he was a middle schooler.
sure.
But my other son, they were saying, well, which elementary school is he going to? And I said, well, I want to know, do you have like a specific attendance policy? Because here's my address. And they said, well, your address, they would technically go to this school.
Sure.
Right? But we have different programs and we allow some of our parents, at least it's tell us their top one or two or whatever.
Sure.
So we listened to that. We went and had some conversations as family and we said, here's the ones we wanted to look at. And there was some internal discussion that I wasn't aware of because it was internal discussion, right? And they placed my child at one of the elementary buildings, just like they do every other. Okay. And so that's how that happens. But this is about enrollment to the district, not placement.
Right, so, but yet enrollment of. Okay, so resident students were specifically talking about children that are coming in from other parochial schools, from home-based schools, tribal schools. Those types of things, but not from charter school within our own district.
No, because they would already be enrolled in our district.
Okay,
They may be placed at that school, but they're already enrolled in our district.
gotcha. Okay,
Now, if there was a charter school in town that was a non-instrumentality charter, there's a difference between instrumentality and non-instrumentality.
sure,
Instrumentality means they're set up by the district,
okay,
right? A non-instrumentality charter means it was set up by some private organization, right?
right,
That A to Z schooling, right? A to Z schooling has a school. They want to go from A to Z schooling to our school, and they are a resident. It's covered under resident student.
okay,
Okay, if they are A to Z and they're not in our discussion point, it's charter school, open enrollment through charter.
okay. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Yes, thank you for providing the explanation on that. It is,
Sorry, it gets confusing.
yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's the nitty gritty of what we're going through and what we're looking into, so it's always gonna be there. Really quick, I just have a clarifying question on 5136 and 5136.01, personal communication devices and technology resources. Between the two of those, am I correct to understand that students are allowed to record either audio or video within their classrooms for the purposes of documenting the lecture or the class, for their own personal use? Like academically speaking, I mean? Like they're allowed to record the lecture, you know, like turn on your voice recorder and, you know, listen back to it later and things like that. So I'm in calculus.
That might be a IEP driven.
I would say most of the time that's an accommodation driven discussion
I
and
think,
or a specific, teacher driven discussion.
Yeah, I only ask because on page 2, I think it's the only not struck paragraph. It says students may use the following technology resources and other electronic equipment devices during instructional time for an educational or instructional purpose with the teacher's permission and supervision, and may use these technology resources and other electronic equipment during non-instructional time, provided such use is consistent with policy 7540. So it's as long as they get permission from the teacher.
And that's why I said it's either a academic plan or an individualized teacher discussion.
Sure, gotcha. All right, that makes sense. And teachers are at the discretion to say, no, you're not allowed to record the content of my class as they wish. Is that correct?
Yes, unless they have an academic plan.
Gotcha. I would personally say that while I understand that teachers may not want students using using technology for inappropriate purposes during the class, I don't know that even without an IEP or a specialized education plan, I don't know that a teacher should be able to tell students that they're not allowed to record the audio of the class and things like that. It seems to me like something that they should be allowed to do for their own purposes. Even if I don't have an IEP, maybe I'm someone who benefits from going back and listening. Maybe I'm more of an auditory learner, but I'm still a regular ed student, like you said earlier. Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
if one party consent state, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I mean, legally speaking, yeah, I think that's like for admission into like
No.
court of law, or is it just like?
Actually, it's just you don't need.
Hmm.
Like you can't record a conversation that the other person doesn't know about. It's not admissible in court, you know,
Oh, okay,
but you
For
can have it for,
Your purposes.
yeah,
okay,
essentially.
gotcha. I mean, that's state law, but I mean,
That is state
but school policy does override that. If the school says we don't allow recording on campus unless we give you express permission, I mean, that would override it, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if we have our policy that says that,
Mhm.
we don't have to, just because it's a one person consent state, doesn't mean we have to say that that's the providing rule, and you have the ability to create your own policies that govern students and their interactions within, as long as it doesn't infringe on the rule.
But
Yeah.
it's not disruptive, I don't see why. They
Yeah.
can't. Like if it's disruptive, you know, don't get me wrong, I would not be for a kid walking into the class, putting on a tripod and, you know, like sorry, recording.
Yeah, but that's
But-
why,
If it's not disruptive,
1800s flash photography.
yeah, I don't see problem with it.
but I was gonna say, that's why we have that communication with the teacher, right? So the student and the teacher can have the discussion. The reason I would rather have the student and the teacher have the discussion is, who knows, the teacher may be able to help resolve with a little bit of quick tutoring or whatever else, and at least it puts a highlight on where the issue is, with that student, and finding a way to work with students is what teachers do.
Mhm.
I'd rather have it be done best and in the open with a conversation than, a student just trying to resolve it on their own and continue to struggle maybe, and the teacher doesn't even know that they were recording and doing all this other stuff and trying to work it out, when they could have easily just gone to the teacher first and said, let's problem solve this together.
Personally, it's kind of a touchy subject. I think there's probably more that goes into this than you might think. Last board meeting, we listened to somebody who presented this book, The Anxious Generation.
Mhm.
I think that there are trends that are going towards the school systems that don't have personal communication devices accessible also. So if we're possibly heading down that road as a school district, when we talk about having making an exception for more and more students to do that, are we also creating a loophole then by which they'd say, oh, I use my cell phone for recording in class?
The other piece to this is Google Classroom and the different tools that we already utilize and the
Mhm.
staff uses to not only amplify instruction, but then to assist students when they're not in the classroom and they're looking for that extra review. And so taking a look at our tools and how that can be utilized as well
Yeah.
to promote continuous learning and the continuum of that practice for retention is also something to take a look at.
And I do think those are great tools, but unfortunately, I think things like Google Classroom are not necessarily solid. I think that there are cases where a student might want to go back and look at a previous class, and that class content may have been deleted from Google Classroom. That does happen. I've certainly heard about that. I hear what you're saying about the presence of smartphones and the negative effects that that can have, but currently, I don't see that we are entirely removing these sorts of technological devices from the district. If we have a discussion about that, I think we can have that discussion when it comes. But I feel that it's fairly important that students be allowed to record classes as they deem necessary. And I think that it could even be a larger issue if a teacher desires to prevent their class from being recorded. I guess maybe, the question is if a student say I'm a student and I'm like, okay, boop, 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 I'm going to turn on my voice recorder, phone's down here, or it's even in my back. I've just got it like that. If that student then talks to another student, says, yeah, I recorded the class, here are the notes, here you go, you can replay it. For some reason, it's not on Google Classrooms. What are the repercussions for a student doing that at that point? What are the repercussions for a student recording a class without getting permission from the teacher?
I think, there isn't necessarily going to be a repercussion other than having some more discussion around, which is why I think, I'd like to know why you want to remove the teacher from the discussion. I don't understand that. I think that, having a good discussion between the student and the teacher about, ways that we can help them. I'm sure recording of the material would be a good one. Seeking out notes from your neighbor might be another good one.
Mm-hmm.
There are plenty of problem-solving things that can happen between that conversation. I just don't understand why you would want to remove that from the policy. Why would you want to remove the teacher and having that discussion from the policy?
Because I think that the teacher may not want their class recorded, even though it is beneficial to the child that the class is recorded. And I think that instances like that have come up. And from what I've heard, that's a general desire that people in the community have had. I understand what you're saying about having the discussion, but for a variety of reasons, the student may not want to have that discussion with the teacher. I think that, students are sometimes shy. I think that students sometimes feel uncomfortable asking for that permission and would rather just, unobtrusively, without causing disruption in the classroom, record for their own purposes. And I suppose if, them doing that is in and of itself, not a violation of any particular standard for the student, then that's one thing. But if there's some sort of response where a student can be suspended for, unobtrusively recording contents of class lectures for their own purposes, I don't exactly see what the issue would be with saying that a student can do that, again, unobtrusively, non-disruptively, without the teacher's permission. I don't see why we'd have it be there.
I just think that, that could become an issue in the idea that, we bar them from cell phone use within the classroom. Right. And so if they are doing that, they would be using the cell phone without permission in the classroom. That would be a violation that we would have to have some discussion about. But again, that's why I'm saying it's best to make sure that we're involving the teacher and the student what's best. And you're right, if the teacher is like saying, hey, no, absolutely not. I wanna know what the reason is for that, right?
Mhm.
That's what we have administrators there for, we have counselors to help through that discussion piece. And I certainly would be a little suspicious as to what is the reason for us not allowing some accommodations for a student. Just, I mean, but
Mhm.
I understand where you're coming from, I just don't.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
don't
and
agree
again,
with that way of removing the teacher.
yeah, I suppose, and I'm only speaking specifically about the use of technology resources for educational or instructional purposes. I'm not talking about any other use. I'm not talking about using it to play games, check social media, anything like that. This is specifically on that topic. What's up? What's up, Craig?
I just feel like there's a couple of issues that I'm concerned about. One, the enforcement issue of the cell phone policy. That one I have particularly bigger concerns about because like, hey, we've been trying to be extremely vocal about being a 101 district in the past and how having Chromebooks and the technology that students need to properly document, their studies in the classroom and whatnot, they have mostly at their fingertips. In fact, they might even have a recording app that they could be used on their Chromebooks. If that's a possibility, I'd be open to that. But I don't like the use of personal communication devices like cell phones to be used in the classroom. And to Jared's point, I do think that there are instances where if there is particular greater need for the recording of a class, I think that having a teacher looped into that discussion may get a child additional IEP help that they might desperately need that has been overlooked. I think that's an important aspect. Just a couple of things.
It does list laptops in A through H in this section, so the student's school laptop would be included in an item that is not allowed to be used without express permission from the teacher, correct?
I would say that if we're going to have supports in a classroom,
Mhm.
right? I think the teacher should be aware of what those supports look like. Sam, if you're recording, right, and you're going to all these other lengths, and I don't even know it, right? And you're struggling, we should have a conversation.
Well, see,
I mean, like, I don't understand why I still don't
I mean,
understand the benefit of removing the teacher from the discussion.
yeah, I mean, I don't understand why recording a lecture is considered something that's like IEP worthy. To me,
It's not always
recording,
IEP.
yeah, I mean, it's just someone might feel like, oh, well, I want to record this because it's something that is convenient for me to record the class so that I can check my notes against it later, so that I can go over and listen to it again if it's a class that has a particular topic that I really want to sink my teeth into, or it's a particularly dense subject. It just seems to me that it would be best left as an unobtrusive activity in the hands of the student who's not disrupting the class by doing it. I hear what you're saying, Craig. I don't think it would be appropriate for the student to pull out their phone and start recording in the middle of class, because now you're blurring the boundaries between appropriate use and inappropriate use.
Can I share why the teacher should and needs to be in that discussion?
Yeah.
First of all, it's not about just you who wants to be unobtrusive and capture data from the classroom. You've got a classroom of other students in there who have data privacy rights, right? And they may ask questions, they may talk about topics, they may decide things, and now you get to walk away from that with all of their data for free, and it's protected student data, privacy data. That's really important. And that's an issue that we all have to be aware of, the adult included in that classroom when that recording happens. So we understand what happens with that recording, we understand what happens with that data as it leaves the classroom, and that student that captures that data understands how long they can capture that data for, how long they can keep it for, and what uses they can have it for, because it's other student protected data.
So just, yeah, go ahead.
Some teachers are very protective of the material they've created and so forth. Like if I have these handouts that I worked hard on, a teacher next to me comes in and takes those handouts and gives them to their students, I'm thinking, you know, I'm essentially teaching their class. The same thing with lectures. A lot of that comes out of the college classrooms where professors say, you know, I'm gonna write a book based on this stuff and you'd be stealing my material. So that,
Sure.
you know, some teachers are willing to share anything, others are not.
Sure.
So.
Do you have any further thoughts on the topic, Tammy?
Say, I'm in agreement with you. I don't understand why it's a. Like, and you know, if we're gonna be frank here, I understand Sam's being very diplomatic about, you know, maybe the student's struggling. Maybe the student's struggling specifically with that teacher and the parents would like verifiable evidence of that inappropriate treatment of that child by that teacher. And before even discussing it with administration, they want some sort of evidence to bring to you and not just hearsay. Situations
That's a
like that.
different topic in general. That's not.
But what we're talking about recording, like recording with, you want teachers express permission. Now, I can't speak of, I do not know the ins and outs of the laws to student privacy. But in the scenario, like if I was the student, I'm the only student in that entire room that needs to be aware that there's a recording going on per state statute. No other student needs to be aware of that per state statute. Not the teacher, not the principal, nobody needs to know but me.
Very true. Very true. And that does become increasingly difficult because now, you know, if a student is recording in a situation like that, say the example that I gave you earlier of let's say that instead of writing it on his test, the teacher had said it verbally to the student in the class. If the student was going to be reprimanded for recording in the class, he'd be less inclined to record that sort of behavior. But I think it would be probably in the best interest of the district if that behavior was recorded. In that instance, it was recorded because it was written down by the teacher. In other cases, it's not. And yeah, in that example, in the scenarios that Tammy is talking about, that does become a really significant situation.
And I would just like to add, now this is just a question, Jared, because you had said that there wouldn't be like disciplinary action really for the student, which is fine that there, but
Most likely there wouldn't be, because at the end of the bottom line, right? Yes, you broke or you violated a policy. You know, if you were in the case that was discussed using your personal device,
yeah,
right? But in the end, having the discussion and figuring out the why behind it, I doubt that there would be a consequence.
right. So
Right? I mean,
I feel like I'm all for boundaries, like creating them for students and staff. But part of children understanding that boundaries are real is that if we create a policy and they violate it, there's some repercussion for it outside of just a casual conversation. Please don't do that again repeatedly. You know what I'm saying? Like if we are setting ourselves up for success and teaching our children that there's consequences for your actions, and if we're going to implement a policy saying that children cannot use their personal devices in the classroom, there should be serious consequences connected to that if they do not. If we're slapping them on the wrist, as far as I'm concerned, we're wasting that student's time and we're wasting the administrator's time that is spending the time explaining to the student, you violated the policy, please don't do it again. I've discussed this with you 16 times this semester.
that's a whole different discussion point on behavior and how behavior is dealt with, right? But I do understand that every type of behavior that happens can be nuanced with a lot of different discussion, which is why we have different levels of intervention with them. We don't have a black and white. This means this, and that's it. 3 strikes, you're out. you're going to expulsion.
Yeah, I understand that.
You know, so I just want to make sure that we understand that, and we also understand that in relation to different students with IEPs and other things. So outside of discipline, right, there are many factors that I'm disagreeing with you guys on. Most of them have to do with making sure that communication still stays between teachers and students.
Well, you
And
assume,
thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, I appreciate that. Outside of that, right, are student privacy issues that we can have a discussion with our attorney-in-law. And to the extent that those may or may not be violated, but even if they're not violated, let me lean into the argument that says, oh, it's not a violation. If I'm a student in that classroom and I know you're taping everything, right? And I'm a little bit worried about my knowledge and growth in my knowledge and opening up my mouth to say something and knowing you're taping it, now I feel uncomfortable. How's that going to affect me and my growth? Right. And so I understand what you're talking about the individual, but and we as a board have to talk about all of the individuals in that classroom and what we can do to make sure that we have as safe and protective environment for not only the individual, but all individuals.
Yeah.
And so I disagree with you guys on multiple instances with this. Doesn't mean you can't override it. You're the board. Like, and if the board wants to have this conversation and override me, then that's fine. We move forward with that. I need to at least make sure that that voice is heard.
Okay. But what it comes down to is a recommendation moving forward from the board to either leave it alone or not. I would recommend that we amend the two policies in this 5136 and 5136.01 when it discusses the use of materials for educational purposes, as in not for recreational purposes, and we remove with the teacher's permission and supervision. And we can vote on it at the board level. And you're
Do you think that maybe it should go to a strategic discussion at the board level instead of voting on it? Just because it seemed that Dan and Craig also had some reservations about it, so it might be better to have a more strategic discussion about that.
You would like more of a trust factor, you know, between the students and parents and teachers. And that kind of removes it. It's almost like a gotcha thing. And if I had a kid taking my class, you know, over the course of a year, I know I said some things. You know what I mean? And if those were held against me, it would have been my job. And I guess I have a problem with not trusting that triangle of, you know, relationships. And so that's, yeah, I understand. And that's maybe the only way, because if they do hear these things regularly in the classroom and they go down to principal says, well, you know, did anybody else observe this behavior? You're the only one coming in. So they said, well, I'll take a tape recorder there tomorrow. Yeah, it's such a fine line that you're walking there that I don't know. I think I'd abstain if I had to vote now because I see both sides. I mean, people have to be held accountable, but when we're taping everything, we just lose that trust factor. Does that make sense?
Yeah. That's why I'm saying I'd rather have it go to for strategic discussion instead of it going, yeah, Carl.
Sounds like a sneak attack to me. I'll share this. I had an IEP in college. I was allowed to record. There was always an expectation that I would reach out to the professor and have a discussion about that. You know, what kind of accommodations I needed. for that sort of thing. I never once felt the need to record a lecture. I always had a note taker. I don't think that, I don't know that there's a lot of particular reason to try to record, a lesson in the classroom. Outside of the ninth need, however, I think that we have to put a level of trust there between, the students and teachers. And, if you're a parent that happens to have a child that is bringing forth the concern that they have for a teacher, you're going to take that particular issue pretty seriously. I also feel that as a board member, if those issues come before you, a particular concern, that's when you address those particular concerns and alert administration to that. So I'm just sharing some of my perspective on that, but I do believe that if you're gonna move it forward, that it should definitely be a strategic discussion with the board.
Sure, I'll motion to make it a strategic discussion item. Fair enough to me. All right, any other discussion? Anyone got anything else about the 5,000s? Greg, you got any other items on the 5,000s you wanted to discuss? I had one other, if we don't have anyone else's requests.
Diana had a request to have the grading on 5421 removed and taken off. She was actually somebody who had brought up some issues within the grading policy itself a long time ago. Has been waiting to sponsor that as a discussion point, and I was looking for you guys to help her with that so that she can continue on in her sponsorship of that one and bring forth some of the concerns that she outlined in your email to you today.
Sure. Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, when she sent that at like 1:30, I just didn't have the chance to look at it. Yeah, it was a little too late in the day for a Monday, a work day. But yeah, I did copy him onto my notes here actually to take a look at. So yeah, if that's something that Diana's been working on and she'd like more discussion on, yeah, let's move that to the side for now. And we can bring Diana in on that in the future. She also, I guess, 5421 and 5430.
Direct her to Ms. Forrest to like have some
Was
discussion.
that particularly for the grading?
She had a lot of connections around that, and honestly, before we even started the Neola process in depth, our old grading policy she had questions about.
Yeah.
And those questions still remain for her. And I think just having her work with Jenny and then bringing forth those concerns, we can forward the email on to the rest. I don't know if that went to every board member or just you and I, Sam.
I think it was just you and I.
And if you want, we can just forward those on that email on.
I'd be cautious about that, because
it's just questions she was gonna ask tonight.
right.
So it wasn't there.
But for us to form a subcommittee for one particular board member to raise questions about changing the policy and reforming the policy, proffering a change on that particular policy. I don't know if that's a committee decision to move forward with that at this point. So
I'm just following what we used to do in the past. So for instance, like when Lori Holland wanted to sponsor a bullying policy, right? I worked directly with her on that. I worked directly with Tina Johnson on an extracurricular policy that had some discussion that kind of just died, right? But I just want us to, I was only following what we've done. If you want to change it, I'm okay with it. But
yeah, I mean, if she wants to have further discussion about that, put some of those ideas together and then bring it to the policy committee. If she would like, we can pop this on June and we can talk about this in June potentially. or at another meeting, we don't, we can schedule a meeting for what would work best if she'd like to talk about that, but I do agree, Craig, it should probably stay with the policy committee.
Yep.
And
come back
she
to the
can,
policy like all the other ones did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, I mean, general, when you form a subcommittee, the committee forms the subcommittee. And then that subcommittee reports back to the committee before it moves on to.
Yeah. I'd be happy to. I'll do a subcommittee with Jenny and with Diana if they want to talk about that, and then we can bring it back if you guys would like to do that. I'd be more than happy to. As long as you're okay with that, Jenny. I know it's a lot of subcommittees, but we're getting down to the line, so I would imagine that, especially since we've been like, put them on. We'll take care of some of those stickier ones until later. It results in a little bit more of
This.
being here this late.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. We'll get through it. So she also had a question about class rank and honor roll 5430. Should there be a paragraph in here about how valedictorian is determined? If not, where specifically is that located?
I think there's go ahead, Jenny.
I think it's separate, it's the Laude policy of what determines.
Yes.
the plan, and so. The class ranking is specific to some changes in state law as it relates to, class rank in particular. As it relates to direct admit Wisconsin. And so. We took our current Laude policy and made it, actually put it as ED89 if I remember correctly. And then that class rank comes with specific to some of the changes in state law with direct admit Wisconsin, and then, what's the other one?
Stats guaranteed.
Right on.
And
Awesome.
the valedictorian come.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Very good. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And as always, if Diana has any further questions, of course, we're available.
And or she can bring them up at the board meeting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. 100%. All right. The last one that I had notes on, for this section and for actually the rest of the meeting was 5350 suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention. On page 1, paragraph 3, it talks about the WUSD's comprehensive health education program. I just was looking for clarification on the WUSD's comprehensive health education program. What that phrase means. Is that talking about the health classes, or is there a larger structure that we have? Okay, gotcha. Alrighty. And I ask because the word comprehensive is, I guess, a little ambiguous. Sometimes the word comprehensive is used in conjunction with human growth and development classes, and it means something quite different. I just wanted to clarify. This is just talking about all of the health classes in the district. Okay, gotcha. Then paragraph 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, under prevention and instruction, it states that the superintendent or their designee will use the Department of Public Instruction notice to inform the professional staff of the resources available from the department. Is that state statute that we have to do that, or? Okay, gotcha. Paragraph 6, suicide prevention strategies may include, but not be limited to, efforts to promote a positive school climate that enhances students' feelings of connectedness with the school, is characterized by caring staff and harmonious interrelationships among students. I was curious, this is not in state statute. This is something that comes from Neola.
Neola had
That was
Yeah, okay.
And they take that from, not just our state department, but state departments in general have those kinds of verbiage that they put out to schools.
Gotcha. Would the committee, Tammy, would you be opposed to striking that paragraph?
I would straight.
Yeah, it feels pretty loaded. I mean, if I'm being honest. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Gotcha. I would, the previous paragraph about the state DPI and using that to inform people, by the way, in that third paragraph from the top, or I'm sorry, fourth paragraph from the top. Or wait a minute, what am I looking at?
Where are you?
Where did I get in this? I must have No, I just wanted to mention, state DPI does promote some very, very partisan resources that encourage, students to hide information from their parents, specifically the Trevor Project. And if that's state statute that we must inform people of all of those resources, I suppose we can go ahead and do it. We should go ahead and do it, but it makes me uncomfortable to promote the Trevor Project in any way
No,
because of what it's
statute
done.
that we have things available, but it's not state law that we have to use the Trevor Project, which we should not use.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was the fifth paragraph that I was looking at, using the Department of Public Instruction notice. So we don't have to use the Department of Public Instruction notice.
Okay, Sam, take us back. What
Yep.
page are you
Yeah.
on?
Sorry, page 1, paragraph 5.
Under prevention and instruction.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the notice.
Yep, use of the public
Correct.
Department of Public Instruction notice. Inform the professional staff of the resources available from the department and other resources regarding suicide prevention. So what element of that is required by statute?
So truly, what we are doing is we are providing information on the resources that are available locally,
Mhm.
county resources, resources that we have Rogers, there are
Okay.
other resources that we utilize.
Gotcha.
I will say that we also do talk a little bit about what are some of those factors when you're looking at a student for those risk factors,
Mhm.
and then how are we navigating that? Because one of the first things is we're contacting the family immediately.
Sure.
If anything is a piquing an interest, or if a student comes to us and says, this is what they're feeling, or they're idolize, they're having suicidal ideation. That's an immediate call to the family. And then we help them through, well, what do you need? What do you want your student to be able to accomplish at this point? Are you looking for treatment? What do you need, right? As a family,
Yeah.
how are we gonna support you through that? So a lot of that is just local resources, based on the need. But there are certain, I would say, and as it says in here, there are certain, students where that might trigger a little bit easier. So, for example, if you have a student in your school community that has completed suicide, one of the first things that we do is we watch those close friends. Because typically there is a copycat that may come from that. And so we immediately contact those families, and we make sure that those families and those students are receiving services and supports if they needed them, or they understand what resources are available to them.
Yeah. And that was actually, I did have a follow-up question on the second page that I think is regarding that discussion point. But this question that I'm asking is more specifically, are we required to use the state DPI notice, which discusses resources that are available to the district for suicide prevention purposes? The reason I ask is because on Wisconsin State DPI's informational releases, they repeatedly reference the Trevor Project crisis access for LGBTQ youth via chat, phone, or text, which has come under a lot of scrutiny for providing many opportunities for students to have discussions about these topics and to hide them from their parents. It's been very controversial. So my question is, do we have to do that, or are we satisfied, or is it satisfactory to the law that we provide a list of resources?
A list of resources.
Okay.
And I'll tell you that, to my knowledge, we have not provided any information on the Trevor Project.
Yeah, and that's completely fine. I'm more just looking at the language of the policy. So then what I'm looking at is on page 1, I would want to strike using the Department of Public Instruction notice. So I would start that sentence
With
the superintendent or their designee. And then I would say, shall annually inform the professional staff of of resources regarding suicide prevention.
Yeah, of the resources available.
Yeah.
Just take out from the department.
Yeah, of the resources available.
And those
Regarding
resources
suicide
change
prevention.
drastically
Mhm.
right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that was
hasn't formally yet.
No, they still have it on their website last I checked, but yeah, so that's all I'm getting at is the specific use of the Department of Public Instruction. It's, I'm happy to provide as many resources as possible, in that regard. I just don't want to provide resources that might be promoting other things as well, that might be promoting other causes. And then the last question I have, and this is the last question I have for, actually, sorry, it's the second to last question. On page 2, it talks about staff development.
Yeah.
Under item C, it talks about those warning signs and at-risk groups. So I understand youth bereaved by suicide. However, if we're looking at warning signs in youth, I don't know that we should be specifying specific groups one over another who should receive particular attention. I think that anyone who shows warning signs of suicide should be given attention, and we should not prioritize attention to one group over another. In the case of youth bereaved by suicide, that gets a little complicated because we're talking about those directly affected in that case. But even then, I would say, if we're seeing signs of suicide, we should not be going, oh, well, this student is less likely to be experiencing that. If we see any signs of suicide, we should be approaching it.
And we do.
Yeah. And so,
Please know that.
yeah.
Please know that
Mhm.
statistically,
Yeah.
these are the groups that are far more likely to complete suicide than any other.
Yes.
And so having people aware that there are certain factors that are risk factors that increase the likelihood is important to know.
Yeah.
However, if any student, regardless of who they are, where they come from, where their background is having any sort of ideation or any sort of issues, that is dealt with very quickly and in a very supportive manner. But I do believe though, Sam, that it's important that we understand that there are certain populations where that risk factor is so much higher than others, to keep that in the back of our mind, because some students will innately struggle far more than others, just like students with disabilities is on that list. They struggle greatly with their self-worth, and that's one of the factors.
Yeah, and perhaps if this was just a list of students that are that have a higher rate of these incidents than other groups do, I would say I agree. But because so the language that I'm looking at on item C there, the second sentence in the middle line, warning signs of this nature should receive particular attention when displayed by an individual in one or more of the following groups. So again, I'm to be clear, I'm talking about the Neola model policy here. I'm not talking about where you guys stand. I'm not talking about information being out there. I think that it would be inappropriate to have that kind of language in our policies because it's a form of equity. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So why don't we change the sentence?
Yeah.
Being something to the fact of students within or students who identify as, or whatever you want to say,
students
may
in the
show
following groups.
higher,
Yeah.
risk.
Yeah.
Correct. May be at a higher risk for completion of suicide or ideation of.
Yeah. Students.
Because that's what it really comes
Students
down
in the following groups have higher rates of ideation or incidents, like
Right.
however you'd like to put it there. Not you, but
Like
however we
staff
would like
should
to
be
put it.
aware of that, or staff, whatever, we'll wordsmith it a little bit.
Mhm. Actually, because
Is they're trying to get to, hey, be aware of this?
Yeah. And I mean, especially because it's staff development, it says it must include information on how these warning signs should receive particular attention in these groups. That's where it starts to go sideways. I would just say, because it says must include information on the following groups having an increased risk
Right.
of ideation or incident.
Yep.
That's where I would have that. Tammy, any thoughts on that? Awesome. Okay, that's the end of my notes. I want to make sure I don't skip over anything major from what we got from Diana, but that I think we actually covered most of what she was asking about in her questions. So that leads us, if no one else has any further comments, to E, Neola policy 7,000. 754002, web content, apps and services, and student technology, adaptable use and safety. Does anyone have any comments on these? No? Okay. Then we can move on to the next one. I don't have any comments on that either. F, Neola policy development process. Neola.
It's just our timeline that, we have been putting out there. It was adjusted last month, to kind of talk about and go through the last little pieces here, in May and June, with a July finish, or a June finish if possible. And then, July through December, we'll work on the AGs, which are considerably, fewer AGs. And one of those things is just because Neola has an AG doesn't mean we necessarily have to go through it. We're just gonna identify AGs that we think are important, and then move forward with those. So I think those are gonna be, good for us to think about. Just want to, for awareness, I'm really, hoping that, before July, we can get the bulk of the book passed, and any other stragglers just keep moving on. So I really do appreciate us. I know it's a late night, but, going through all of this and trying to get things that are really, really important in the book, that would be good.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. All right, that takes us to new major revisions. We have none. Takes us to future agenda planning, future planning discussion. This is going to kind of lead into action items because a number of those action items are special meetings we're going to have. So because that's where we're at, let's hop over to action items. Let's see. So from past action items, we had 2131, educational outcome goals and expectations. Craig, these are things that we were talking about at previous policy meetings. Can you, where do we stand on that first bullet point in past action items?
That's a good question.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I just talked about some of them tonight.
We talked about, well, the second bullet point is gone. The third bullet point we talked about a little bit tonight. That discussion will continue with ed service chair and policy chair. Bullet point number 4, same thing. I think 22, 2210, 2220, 2230. That must have been an old one that was left up there. I'm not sure.
I think those are related to the curriculum.
Yeah.
Process.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what those are. The only one that I don't recognize, it looks like all of these are rolling. The only one that I don't have off the top of my head is that first bullet point, 2131, 2132, and 1110. We have been here for a while, so we might have talked about them and I might have forgot.
Yeah, I think that was, I don't know if that was related to
Just the work needed to be complete. Work needs to be completed in those policies as they do relate to 1110 assessment of district goals. So we need to make sure that we align them.
And that was something that planning was going to be taking up, is to make sure that those are aligned to 110.
Gotcha.
1110.
I guess that's gonna be your job now.
Yay!
There you go.
Jason's writing it down. But those are part of planning.
All right.
Make sure they're aligned.
Yeah. And then I have 2 or 3 meetings with Jenny laid out here from the priority discussions, as far as
It could be one meeting, you just happen to have a small little agenda for one.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can work through them, it might be a longer one. I suppose we'll start with one meeting. If we need another one, we can pop another one on the books. Heck. So yeah, we'll set up a meeting with Jenny, myself, Dan, and we'll discuss specifically human growth and development and the curriculum review, but we also have the 2240 controversial issues and staff dress and grooming, which
So that one, I thought, wasn't Jenny, that one was me.
Yeah, that
I was
one's gonna- that's
I
what
was
I
gonna
was
take
thinking.
your information that you gave me and
Yeah.
meet with the attorney.
Yeah.
On the staff grooming, or the staff and student grooming, as well as controversial issues.
Sure.
Those are
Yeah.
the
Mhm.
three
Yeah.
that I cover with my notes that I took here.
Yes, that's what I was thinking. There's kind of a separate meeting that needs to be had to do a little bit more work on that. That's with you and the attorney. If possible, let me know when you
I
guys
would
are
say,
in. If
yeah.
I can come, I would love to.
Absolutely.
always
And
enjoy it.
we'll meet with Renee and
Mhm.
have her,
Yeah.
I mean, we did a good job meeting with her last time.
All right, that would be great. Okay. Besides that, then we have a whole slew of action.
Would you like me to read them off?
Yes, if you
Yeah,
got
I was
them,
gonna say, that's.
thank
why
you
it's
for
here.
keeping track of them. Yeah.
Okay, so Jared and Lynn will fine tune the board vacancy voting process verbiage. Okay, we're gonna add verbiage from model policy 28 to the controversial issues in the classroom. We're gonna adopt model policy 7 as its own policy.
Possibly.
Possibly,
Yeah, we're gonna double check to make sure it doesn't align with the Neola one. If it does align with the Neola one, we'll have to do some work on that.
Mhm.
If it doesn't, then you and I will work to, when I say you and I usually do, work to put it into the format that is the Neola format and then work with Neola to give it a number.
okay, so we'll double check to see if it aligns with the Neola policy. Okay, and then Jared will look for policy regarding controversial displays. Well, that was the model policy. Okay. Jared's gonna reach out to legal counsel regarding removal of political messaging from schools as it relates to staff dress and grooming and student dress,
Mhm.
as well as articles of clothing. We're gonna bring over language from model policy 13 to the student dress code. Ed services and policy chairs will come together with Jenny to set up a meeting to create a subcommittee to discuss curriculum development. Human growth and development will be lumped in with that curriculum subcommittee. Policy for the policy on district issued staff email. We're going to remove the word in bank and replace it with district wide in the 4th paragraph. The employee anti-harassment, page 2, I need to add the word political and remove the verbiage from the word harassment through example B. I have to remove some stuff here.
Mhm.
Jared is going to talk to the legal counsel regarding the definition of political harassment.
We also talked about adding ethnic in addition to racial, as well, in item I.
Ethnicity.
Mhm.
Add ethnicity.
Mhm.
As opposed to racial.
In addition to racial.
In addition to racial. Okay, Jared is gonna talk to legal, okay, remainder of 1000s can go to first read. We have, set aside, the library media center policy. And possibly pull a subcommittee, meeting for that. The 2000s or the remainder of the 2000s can go to first read. We're moving 5136 and 5136.01 to strategic discussions. Diana Johnson would like to sponsor 5421 grading. That policy is being set aside. I am going to remove the 6th paragraph on the first page of the suicide prevention policy. There's verbiage change in the first paragraph under prevention and instruction and verbiage change under letter C under staff development. The remainder of the 5000s can go to first read and both 7000s can go to first read.
You got it. I think that's everything.
And Sarah, with that suicide prevention one, you got all the changes so that you can help her with that one. Okay.
And I was writing them in here too.
All right, if there are no further questions at 9:50 p.m., we are adjourned. All right, thanks for coming and thanks for sticking in there. I mean,
We did, because it kind of went into the action.
it was.
I just did a few. You had 7:30?